Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Now we're headed off to I guess Rivendell. Got ourselves Elrond and Arwen here. We're just gonna see what we can do with these two. I think both of the horses are gonna be white. I'm looking at my references over here. That's not the reference that I wanted. Not sure what just happened there. So we're gonna try and find our Elrond reference again. There it is. Yeah, both horses are basically the same horsey. What the heck? We can do that. And just position these, gonna reduce these down so we can actually see what we're looking at here. Okay, there we go. I think that's going to work. Hey there, Landrast. So yeah, there's the three things. There's the, I think there's like return, then there's the enter button, and then there's like the delete or something like that. And somehow, I think what's happening is instead of like, okay, got these three squares here. Hey there, Ryan. Hey, JD. Maybe I'm hitting like right here. Right, I think I'm hitting this, but maybe I'm hitting this because obviously I got a glove on or whatever because I've just been handling resin or whatever, so maybe that's what it is. That's not the only sausage there, Landras, that's for sure. So congratulations, Ryan. I don't know, things are kind of looking good again, I think. No, it's not actually quite the same horse because, well, let's see, BYU loses again, and let's see. I mean, it's just been carnage. There's no other way to put it. And of course, you got the big win today. I know that wasn't the easiest win, but let's see. Yeah, BYU goes down, and Colorado goes down. Yeah, that's a big one right there. I mean, and there's some teams that went down hard. Well, Ryan, I mean, like we've been saying here, just win the games because, well, look at A&M, right? Don't win the game. They let's see who else didn't win their games. I mean, Alabama gets smoked. Yeah, look at that. Alabama gets absolutely destroyed. Velfira, the basically one word I heard used for it was carnage. Uh, chaos. Obviously, heard that several times, but there was one that just went. It's like, yep, today was carnage everywhere. This is where college football fans' playoff dreams come to die. Hashtag no more undefeateds. So yeah, there's some mega. There's gonna be some serious debates going on Tuesday, right when they got to make the new rankings for the playoff because these got all destroyed. Hey there, Thranuel. Oh yeah, they got annihilated by Notre Dame. I mean, well, I think Valfira, if you saw that, did you see was it the first touchdown or was it the second touchdown? When the guy just jumped over the Army player into the end zone? When you saw that, you're just like, yeah, this ain't going to end well. This is going to get ugly real fast. Hey there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, well, I'm sure you're totally disappointed by the Alabama game. I'm sure you're totally disappointed at the A&M game. I know you're absolutely devastated at those results. So Horns fan, I guess the question is, what is the status of yours? Because that's what all the inquiring minds want to know. Is what's the deal there? So yeah, A&M, they had it. Well, first they didn't have it, then they had it, and then they lost it. They could still be playing if the guy catches that ball. So yeah, I heard a lot of talk of, well, geez, they should have put Arch Manning out there. instead of because you got the well, you got a rivalry game again this Saturday. So congratulations again there, Ryan. I don't know. I think there's going to be 0 at-large teams from the Big 12, so you got to win that I guess well, you got to win the championship game, right? Because yeah, there's not going to be any at-large bids coming out of there. All right. Hopefully we won't snap, because this is failcast, by the way. Yeah, this is a failcast Elron right here. And holy smokes, it was every bit the failcast. Man, it was pretty brutal, I gotta say. So yeah, they were down 21-0. Then they take the lead, then they get behind, then they take the lead again. Then it goes in overtime. They have multiple chances to at least win it or keep it going there. I think we had at least 3 instances this weekend of fans storming the field too early. Well, like the BYU game. Yeah, the fans stormed the field, and there's still 28 seconds on the clock. Oh no, that was the 1 second left on the clock. That's right. Yeah, that was the 1 second left on the clock, and all of a sudden, yeah, that was not so fantastic. Let me get my references back up here again. There we go. Now, of course, that sets up a very interesting Iron Bowl. It also sets up a very interesting game between A&M and Texas. Actually, well, that's the question now for Horns fan. Would you have rather had A&M get that win and be kind of exhausted from that, and not be maybe an angry team, kind of like Georgia was the other week against Tennessee? Hey, Mecca, nice to see ya. Boy, it's been a little while. I hope that you're also doing well. So great to see you there, Mecca. Happy Saturday/Sunday. It's still Saturday here for a while. Horns fan, actually, that's something that I think they're going to want. They're going to need to be able to do that kind of stuff come playoff time. Now, of course, they're not going to have to go to Cleveland and play in a snow globe or something like that, but they might. I'm thinking it could be kind of frosty. Yeah, they could be kind of frosty next weekend when they're playing, so I think they're going to want to have that running game available. Yeah, that was the first one. So yeah, Oklahoma didn't just win that game. I mean, they absolutely just smoked. That was a beatdown. Well, Meckham, I hope that you can get back into them again. And of course, so I always hope that they are fun to use. They have been super, super, super spectacular here for so long now. Let's do this. Well, Ryan, like we were talking about, that last game is going to be pretty cold. That game is going to be super cold now. Holy smokes. Yeah, there's potential single-digit temperatures there for some places next week. Hey there, Armored Wolf. And then, of course, how about your Kansas Jayhawks there, Valfera? They're the first team that is with a losing record and unranked to beat three ranked teams in a row. Not once, not twice, but thrice. Your Kansas Jayhawks have defeated a ranked team. Well, Meckham, we've done a whole bunch of terrain painting here, and the oils have been certainly a big part of that. So, hey, no matter which way you're using them, as long as they're being handy, that's really all that matters. That is all that matters. So Armored Wolf, I wasn't sure if you were just going to need to just go to sleep after between yesterday and today and everything else. Because it's been up-tempo, that's for sure. Oh, that's just a little euphemism there. You know what? I'm gonna get my ice blue out here. That's a little bit of euphemism that I like to do there, Valfira. Especially if it's somebody that it's like a team that person hates. Even sometimes, oh, that's not the ice blue. Is they're just like, that's not my team. That's something I've done for a little while on the sports side of things. It's just that's your whatever, or your Florida Gators. It's kind of funny, Horns fan. I think that they wanted to have a little bit of mischief and chaos when they were putting all this kind of stuff together. I don't think they envisioned this much chaos. I think they wanted some. I'm not sure they wanted this much, but whoa, they're getting this much. They are getting all the chaos. Now, is this all okay? Yeah. We've got kind of a bit of a grayed down, dirty violet going on here. Oh, like, why does this seem a little bit dark? That's because we've got the brightness turned down because of all the Gandalfs yesterday. Like, why does this seem a little bit darker? Yeah, JD, it just seemed kind of appropriate. Now, Horns fan, if things keep going this direction, there's gonna be 4-loss SEC champions. I mean, talk about a league that's gonna cannibalize itself. And at a certain point, they can't just go, well, all right. Now you can point to a game, obviously Indiana, Ohio State, but then what about Kansas? What about BYU loses twice? They shouldn't have lost to those teams, but they did. Alabama shouldn't have gotten smoked by Oklahoma, but they did. I understand that there are some teams that haven't necessarily played the same competition, but you wanted to be in that conference. If you don't want that kind of competition, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the SEC. Valfair, actually, believe it or not, I sent that link to my brother because, well, he's the one that actually has the American Flyer S-Scale set. Now, Valfair, I was actually trying to figure out what that was all about. I only had a few seconds to look at it. Now, they're files that you can print. Now, obviously, it's showing that train running. Also, too, there was some confusing things saying stuff like, well, you'll get a printed train. So unless that's maybe a different Kickstarter option where you have them printed for you. Yeah, Horns fan, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be ideal to have to play extra games on the road in the playoffs, but I do think now you would basically have to lose against A&M, and then also the championship game. Now, Velfira, I think I'll just try and sign up for that. Actually, Velfira, maybe just I don't know when it ends, but if it's ending super soon, just to send me a reminder. Say, hey, did you sign up for that Kickstarter campaign? Just so that I don't space on it, because there's just lots of stuff going on here, and I don't want to space on that. Because yeah, Velfira, I wasn't sure if that's something like you're printing out a skin, and then the you actually are putting that on a functioning train car. That's something I'm gonna have to explore a little bit more. This is just the Mars Yellow Deep mixed with some of the Perline Black here. Okay, that's good, Velfira. Because one of the things I did want to remember, I was saying I wanted to print up non functioning rolling stock form just so that he could have kind of some decorative cars, maybe in a train yard of some kind, instead of having to maybe kind of sacrifice train cars that he might want out on the tracks. And of course, Velfira, it would be interesting. Now, I would print those in resin, Velfira. I know that's going to take some resin, but if they're hollow, just like a shell, and I print those in resin, then we could have some fun painting those. Well, either on stream. Well, that would really freak people out, right, Velfira? Yeah, Horns fan. I think Oregon is another one of those locked in to their championship. I'm guessing it's going to be Oregon, Ohio State, right? Because Ohio State beat Penn State. So even if Penn State, and talk about a team that barely survived. So even if Texas loses to A&M, they won't also lose the championship game since they won't play in it. So I guess what potentially saves him a loss, right, Horns? Wow, this is the maths are getting kind of weird, right, Horns fan? I mean, I think this is what they wanted, right? Again, this is the College Football Report brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network. Now, I think Army Navy is on the 14th, right? But of course, I think that's we didn't just have the last undefeated. Well, one of the last undefeateds go away. I think that pretty much ends Army. Well, I guess they could win their conference, but that's not a P5. That's not a P4 conference. So I'm pretty sure that Army is done. At least as far as the playoffs are concerned. I mean, they can still win the Commander-in-Chief's trophy, of course. Just trying to get me some of my lighter greens there. Let's hit these. These are the bog myrtle bushes from Make It Epic. I can't remember I don't think this is Nerixon. Or is it? No, this is not. I don't think this is Nerixon. I forget where I got this one from. So yeah, I think that Indiana, it was an at-large, right? Well, now what is the FBS? That's 16. Or is that 16 teams, or is that? Yeah, I think that's 16. And they've been using that format for years and years and years, and people laughed at me when I said they're going to have to go to that format. For years, people said, no, they'll never do that. They can't do that. It's got to be bowl games only. There can't be that many games in a season. Let me get another one of my sneaky cheeky brushes here. Some of this. And some of this. And that will go here. Yep, this failcast really lives up to failcast. Horns fan, I think if they're gonna do that, I think they should just like get rid of the kickoff altogether, because there's really no point to it. They even set up a whole camera angle right for that new kickoff thing, and nothing ever happens, ever, unless somebody is stupid enough to drop it or something. Okay, we're just going to get a little bit of this. It's almost like we used Pearline Crimson there. I mean, it's understandable. They're trying to cut down on injuries and all that kind of stuff. So if you're trying to cut down on injuries and you don't want to waste everybody's time, just don't do it anymore. Just say, all right, you get the ball with the 30. Yeah, I think that there's, unfortunately, the on-site unless... Now that could make things more interesting, is that there is no kickoff unless you want to do an onside. And maybe if there's teams that make themselves pretty darn good at onside kicks and make it a part of their system, maybe we'll see more onside kicks. Or you make the onside kick easier to do. Maybe that's a little something that we could see. Alright. And we're just going to leave you set like so. Yeah, I'm just going to let you set like so. Now, what are we doing here with our... We got to find us... maybe we'll use this. Maybe we'll use this right here. How's about we take some of our... Oh, by the way, this is just yesterday's palette here. If you're wondering why it looks all beat up and everything, because yeah, this is yesterday's palette. There wasn't enough time to reset that. I just plopped some new colors out here. Actually, is Manchester? No, it's not. That's not Manchester United then. Yeah, the foosball is not. That's really not my thing there. That's getting pretty fun. We haven't had a chance to do much in the way of violet stuff in a long time here, so that, what the heck. Now remember, this is normally supposed to be printed at, on about 1/10 scale. 1/12 scale at this, pretty much the smallest. What's the Tottenham? That's another one. And then you have, well, there's Liverpool, Tottenham. it's weird, JD. I actually knew a little bit more about Bundesliga than I did the British leagues because of watching DWTV. So yeah, I was actually more familiar, believe it or not, with Bundesliga. I mean, it's just how we roll here. We like our unusual sports. Actually, Mecca, when I saw that, I was like, AFC? You mean AFL Richmond, as in Richmond Tigers? Because that's the first thing I thought of when I saw Richmond was Richmond Tigers of Australian rules football. So actually, let's see, what are we looking for the ACC there, Armored Wolf? Has Miami actually clinched a spot in the ACC championship game? I was thinking that maybe they did. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually, Meckham. Oh, yeah, I was going to say that there was supposed to be immediately after the A&M game. They were supposed to have Formula One out in California, right, Meckham? Oh, out in Vegas. All right. Meckham, I thought it was like some kind of tape delay thing. Like they were going to say, well, we were going to show you this, but it was too late, so now we're doing this. But no, okay, it is going to be a night race. Because I'm looking at thinking like I don't remember a whole lot of F1 night races. Just trying to get a wee bit of skinny tone on that, and then some of that right there. Now check this out. Here, let me just get this cleaned out so we got this available here. Look at the difference in the lights here, right? So that's our Shando, or no, let's see, our Shandoff or Gandalfax. And there they are. These are from last night, right here. Did I? Okay, good. I did put that one back. I'm going to just use this brush here. So, well, I hope that's a super. I'm sure that's going to be a really cool race. It's been many years since I last had a chance to see an F1 race. And by many years, I mean many years. Let's put it this way, it was long before that Halo. And I think that Halo has been on the cars for a good, I don't know, 3 years maybe? Now I am getting a little bit of the yellow in here. To warm that up just a smidge. Now we're going to go a little bit on the cool side with the ice blue. Let me see. So, Southern Methodist. Oh, that's right. Never mind, Horns fan. I actually saw that right before I started streaming. What was weird is that I was seeing, Clemson not ranked. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Clemson has to at least be in the top 20. So that makes a little more sense. Let me do this. We're just getting this under. We're just trying to feel their way through. This is already starting to get a little bit less shiny there where we did all our glazy stuff. Can I use as a blending brush? Maybe I'll just end up using this guy here. I was hoping to get a little bit of kind of a tan going in some places on our horsey here too. So bear with me while we inject a little bit of that here. A little bit down back in here. So yes, it was one heck of a day in college sports. Absolutely loved it. So let's see if December 20th, 21st, that's the first round of the playoffs. Second round is the 27th. Well, we'll say 28th. So then we still got 2 more rounds in January. So it's going to be second weekend of January, I guess, is going to, unless it's, well, it'll probably be a Monday or Tuesday, won't it? No, it won't be a Monday. Because you're going to be bumping into Monday Night Football. So yeah, well, no, never mind. But, oh, now you're going to have NFL playoffs. Yeah, you're going to be bumping into that. That should be super interesting. Not sure how that's going to play out. Let me get some of my ice blue back out here now. Go over the top of this a little bit more. I'll use this guy here. Gotta start putting some of our dark in there. That's gonna be our Mars black and some of the not indigo. So it's gonna be it is gonna be crazy. I love it. That means we basically have a month of college football playoffs. Am I again, I'm not good at math, but it sounds, well, technically we got 5 weeks of college football playoffs because we got 3 conference championship games, don't we? Yeah, take that, NFL. 5 weeks of playoffs, and the last week of the season is a de facto playoff game. It doesn't get any better than that, does it, Horns fan? At least not for me, I'll tell you that. Once that gets started, I was really gonna set back some of the horsey's fur, and then we'll start getting our lighter lights on that. I know it's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy roller coaster ride for you there, Horns fan. I have to say, there's been a whole lot of folks that have basically been living that Fansville commercial, I gotta say. That one with the hype train, I think you could say there's been about a dozen universities that have pretty much been living that pretty much. Now, once we get the dark in here, that's really, really going to help. Yeah, Horns fan, there's got to be a lot of head injuries by this point. Fans getting thrown around on those hype trains that just keep stopping so suddenly. Okay, we got that going. Now we need to get back to our bluish gray for this hair right here. That certainly looks different for that horsey, doesn't it? Hey there, Blades. Great to see ya. So, Blades, I think I missed your stream earlier. Or was that? That was earlier, I think, that you were streaming, right, Blades? Thranual, well, now that they're redoing the game, I'm not sure. There's a couple of different versions, Thranual. There's kind of the one problem with Arwen is that there's no armor. I believe Arwen is defense 3, so Arwen basically is running around in pajamas, which means that you can just kind of randomly, like, you don't even have to black dart. You just have a bunch of guys shoot at her, Thranual, and unless she can be hidden, that's, yeah, you might just lose Arwen. Now, Arwen is not a ton of points, and Arwen is actually, makes a pretty good Stormcaller, because she can do some of those type of spells. It's just the fragility is definitely a problem. So, Blades, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, please give Blades a follow. So, Blades, thanks for being here again. Appreciate that. Boy, Blades, it was pretty crazy with the stream last night and the multiple Gandalfs. That's for sure. And Blades, I guess tomorrow at 6, right, is going to be I keep wanting to call it the Miniature Painting Guild. That's the Council of Miniature Painters. Now, Blades, is that something that well, you'll have to shoot me a message on what I should do with that, because obviously I missed the special rules the first time around. So yeah, just shoot me a message saying what I needs to do. Unless it doesn't matter because they got Reaper John, so... Actually, Blades... Oh, what do I want to tell you? Oh, I got to raid Mike Moan's a couple of streams. I think it might have been the Thursday stream. Yeah, I think it was the Thursday stream. I actually got to raid Mike. And that was actually the first time I'd heard him since we were on the Council of Miniature Painters there. Hey there, Rottweiler. Everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. So, Rottweiler, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat too, same thing, Blades. Go ahead and do that. So, Rottweiler, it was a day of carnage in college football. That's the way we like it. That is the way we likes it. Yes, indeed. The broken dreams of college football fans just lie scattered everywhere. It's sort of like, was that Christmas after, the kids open up all the presents and immediately break out the toys? Like 5 minutes after opening the boxes. That's a little bit what today was like. Yeah, either some kind of weird superhero battle, that's for sure. Thranual, we had at least 2 incidents. I think there were 3 of just like today where fans stormed the field early. The game wasn't over yet. They didn't just storm the field, they were ripping down the goalposts. So I think this was the BYU Arizona State game. There was a 13 and a half minute delay as they reconstructed the goalposts. That's almost like, was it Cal versus the game with the band on the field? And I think it was the tuba player that gets creamed in the end zone by the guy that scores. Oh, yeah, Blades. That was the first time I'd actually ever had a chance to raid him. Actually, that's the first time I've seen his stream, so that was pretty wild. Yeah, Horns fan. That almost kind of set a bad precedent there because there was a couple of times where, let's just put it this way, there were some questionable calls, as in, what in the world are they looking at a different rule book? What's interesting is the announcers were getting mad, and I mean they literally have no rooting interest in the game, but they were getting so frustrated at these, and it was the same team of refs that made that super boo boo. Now I suppose you could say that all is well that ends well for Auburn. Now Alabama, I don't know if that would have really made a difference because they really got creamed. Well, they didn't seem to have it today. I know there was a on that circus catch by Williams. We're starting to get our horsey going here. Now we're gonna maybe throw a little bit of skinny tones on this face here. Give me some of that too. A wee bit of our Mars yellow deep here. Oh geez, that's way too much thinner. That's not gonna work. We need less thinner than that. Yeah, Horns fan, I think. Well, I don't know what the press conference after the game was like. I guess now, hopefully, there were no Alabama players celebrating with Oklahoma players like that Georgia player was. Remember that? Was that last week or 2 weeks ago? I think it was two. That was 2 weeks ago. Yes, if you are the visiting team and you lose and you end up celebrating on the field with the home fans, despite the fact that they're like your relatives or something, that the coach is not going to take kindly to that. So for all you young players out there, wow, there's just a little couple of fingers showing there. So yeah, Thranio, the tuba player gets absolutely creamed in the end zone. I mean, he's literally getting spiked in the end zone by the guy that scores the touchdown. His hat goes flying one way, the tuba goes flying another way. I think his head goes flying another way. That was it was a wee bit of a collision. Actually, I think you can Google that. I think it's either Cal or Cal State or something like that. Yeah, just type "band on the field touchdown" or something like that, and you'll be able to see that. Actually, it now makes me want to see that too. Now here we're going to actually have to let some of the lighter color on the horsey have a chance to set there. Yeah, Horns fan. I mean, gee whiz. Actually, Horns fan. I forget which game it was. It was either the let's see, it wasn't the A&M game, but there was somebody on the field. They were interviewing the coach, and there was somebody on the field. Let's put it this way: there was a couple of security guys on top of him, giving him the business, and the camera guy was trying to like move around so that the coach was blocking that. You couldn't see that, but the coach kept moving, so the cameraman couldn't block that out. Now we're getting some of our lights down over here on the front of our horse. And we're going to get some out in there too, but yeah, it's kind of like what we were doing last night with Shadowfax here. A little bit more of our light right there. Actually, I gotta gather a bunch of stuff together there, Blades, because that's the Council of Miniature Painters. That's where I pretty much prep miniatures for like the next 3 weeks. So yeah, I gotta get me a whole bunch of stuff together, all set. Now this guy is supposed to have some spots on him, I think. He got some spots on him. Where's my blending brush here? So again, I don't think this is Nerix. I can't remember who did this one. So my apologies. I might be able to locate this. Basically, he does a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings stuff, and I mean they look really like that. So I'm not so sure about this one, Thranio, but I will on this one. So I'm gonna do some on Elrond. Not so sure about the Arwen over here. If we do, it'll be something very, 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 very subtle. Okay, yeah, I just needed to, wow, even that little bit, letting that set for a bit makes a big difference there. There we are. Horns fan, all I can say is that Sundays are a massive letdown. I mean, there's zero comparison from the energy of a day like today to tomorrow. And this is still regular season. It's going to get amped up from here. This is kind of the quiet part. It only gets crazier from here. Now, let me see what we can do here on the horsey's eyes. Little something there. Horns fan, the only thing that, well, I guess the only thing that keeps it interesting for me is that the way I have to consume it, which is to not to actually see the games, is to have to watch those basically almost like a podcast. It's like a live podcast of the game. And Horns fan, go on YouTube and look up the Cowboys report and watch that guy the last couple of games, because basically he's been putting on a clown outfit every time Dallas does something stupid, like a stupid turnover or a stupid penalty or whatever. He immediately puts on a clown wig and a clown nose. Horns fan, because typically now, right, you're just arguing over, okay, there's these four, maybe there's 5 or 6 teams, and you're just kind of arguing over, well, should this one be in the playoffs? Should this one not be? Everybody else is already out. Not anymore, right, Horns fan? Oh, and by the way, what are we, a half hour? Okay, so we're 49 minutes in. And as always, these had no paint on them 49 minutes ago. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh, and those paints, by the way, that remember I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be filming a tutorial tomorrow with those. It's an emergency color theory and oils episode. Landrast, I don't know if you saw the Balin's Tomb from Conquest Creations. That's the one that's like, well, actually here. I think this is piece number 3. Just trying to bring up Bambi Cam here. I need to keep track of it anyhow. Okay, so 62% done. This is basically the entranceway here. So these blocks are almost the size of the build plate. So they're kind of like yours, Landrast. They're just not as they're just not as tall, I guess, if you want to call it that. Ah, come on, that's not what I want. This is what I want. There we go. Let me move that over a little. Hey there, Jet. How you doing? So, there we go. These came in right here. See all those? Those are brand new paints that have not been released yet. And they asked me to try them out as soon as possible. So I thought, well, we're just going to do it. It's going to be a massive color theory, or else we're just going to do a bunch of color charts with them. I'm going to try and do some staining tests. You know, kind of, well, not quite like what maybe Steeler was doing with the little barrels. But I'll just, that's the other thing. I'll probably be prepping blades during the, I'll probably just grab some Song of Ice and Fire. Oh, that's it. Yeah, maybe we'll grab some Song of Ice and Fire minis and prep those up, and then just do some Song of Ice and Fire minis with those paints there, and see what it looks like. I didn't know what to call them before. They sent me a message to say what you can call them. One second here. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. Oh, come on. Oh, Iris Artist Oils or Iris Oils. So it's one of those two names. I think they haven't even decided on the name yet. Because I asked, okay, what can I call these? Or what should I call these? And that just came in earlier this evening. Well, that's fantastic there, Jet. Hey, Jet, have you had a chance to, now that kind of thing, I don't want to say they're back to normal, but more normal? Have you actually had a chance to be painting on your dragon that you spent all that time printing out? Speaking of printing out a bunch of stuff. So yeah, Landrast, it's basically, I think it's 9 pieces, right? There's that central piece, and then there's the 8 around it. We haven't even gotten to our white yet, but you can kind of see, right? And sorry that we're a little bit further away on this. Now, believe it or not, the camera is still set up for terrain. Because originally I was going to be painting more hobbit holes. Don't be surprised if some more terrain sneaks in on stream. Although we got to start painting ornaments. Gosh, it's almost December and we haven't painted a single ornament yet. That's not good. We got to start getting those ornaments painted. I think one that I would really like to do is actually Middle Earth, but render it as a planet. So I think that could be super fun. I don't think anybody's going to recognize it, except maybe a few hardy folks that know their Lord of the Rings geography. I used to have a screensaver. It was on my previous phone. It actually was basically Middle Earth from space. And it was really interesting to see a very recognizable map. I mean, you could see what it was. It was definitely Middle Earth, but definitely from space. And so ever since then, I've been intrigued by doing a spacescape of Middle Earth. Start getting me some lighter skin tones on our Arwen here. We also get to get some eyes on there too. And of course, next weekend's going to be pretty wild because, well, you got the Iron Bowl. It is rivalry weekend after all. Now, I guess there's not going to be because they used to have Texas A&M on Friday, like Black Friday after Thanksgiving. I seem to remember for a few years that's what they did. It's definitely a U.S. brand Thranual. But as you saw, I think the idea is they want it to be smaller tubes Thranual, which I do believe translates to less cost. And I think that well, let's put it this way. When you look at some of the colors, you could swear they watch the streams now and then. Because there's colors that they put in there that usually you would never see in a so-called miniature painting oil set. So yep, JD, basically it's going to look an awful lot like this, right? That's what it's going to look like. But obviously you can see North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia Minor, everything there. But we'll have to do another Pluto, of course. We'll have to do another Moon, of course. We'll have to do another Io. But I want to do this time. I still haven't done Ganymede, Callisto. Mimas. That was the other one we wanted to do. Mimas. That's something I've wanted to do a painting of. My gosh, since I was a kid. So that would be fun too. Thranual, that is something that I'm going to ask them for sure. I'm pretty sure, Thranual, that they're going to want to do that. I think they want this to be something that everybody can have. That's kind of how they visualize this. I don't think they want it to just be a U.S. brand. I think what they want, Thranual, is they want like people at Monte San Savino and all of those other kind of high profile European events. I think they want those folks to be using these paints. So I wouldn't despair yet, Thranual. But I'll ask them and I'll say, so you know what are you kind of thinking about as far as our European friends go? There is it going to be relatively available to them, or is it only going to be available at extreme cost? Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. We need ourselves a little medicine. Last night's stream was almost 7 hours long. So much appreciated there, Grand Oracle. I hope that today was relatively easy to get through. I know you had some driving to do and everything else. Well, you know what? I'm gonna let all the stuff on the face have a chance to set. Let's start messing around with this here. Let's start messing around with this violet here. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I think it was something like 4:30 in the morning. No, it was 5. I think it was almost 5 in the morning when I finally was able to say, "Okay, sorry guys, gotta hang up here." That was absolutely insane. But I appreciate everybody who was there, and I think we still had a level 1 hype train. That's good there, Grand Oracle. Today was a lot of today was well doing printing stuff and setting up, trying to get Christmas decorations set up. The printing stuff seems to be back to normal again. So we got Arwen and Elrond. So this is Failcast Elrond right here. That is this hideous Failcast Elrond. And then this is not Nerixon. I wonder if, well, no, there's really no way I can look, not while I'm doing the stream here. That's right, Grandor, because you were going to be heading out to have the tree cut down, right? Or go get the tree. Ryan, if you're still here, I know it's now much later. Sorry if you never got a chance to post your oil painting links in the chat there. So if you wanted to do that, sorry. I wanted to congratulate you on, again, that possibility that kind of Iowa State climbs back into things. Teams that seem to be out are back in, and teams that seem to be a shoo-in are now clinging to dear life. I was going to say, Armored Wolf, there was a post that said 56 months, and that's the sound I was waiting for. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Everybody, please check out Armored Wolf Productions, all the fabulous dice bags. Hornspan, you know, I do think that I remember some that were played on Thursday. Thanks, Grand Oracle. There's Prairie Dog back again. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, is there a hype train going? Because I don't see the usual little things bouncing around that you see with the. Oh, there it is. We must have had a hype train, right? We must have had at least a level 1. Right here, I'm just gonna wait for that. Level 2. There, we've got to get her to level 1. Let's get this going first. There it is. There it is. All aboard the Linseed Fellowship. There it goes, the Linseed Express. All aboard. Or is it the hype train or the hypno train? Yes, you want to use the oil paint. Yes, you want to use the oil paint. Thank you so much, JD. Appreciate that. Since it's a level 2. Wait a sec. What is this? What is this? What's that? Uh-oh. What is that's a hype train. It's a different kind of hype train, though. Hype train. There it is. Hype train. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, JD. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta move. We gotta move Arwen. Arwen's right in the way of where this needs to go. There we go. Thank you so much, JD. Appreciate that. So I think we got level 2. Yeah, we got level 2. We're 23% into a level 3 or 3. Actually, Blades, well, technically I did have fromage today. It was a piece of pizza, but that still counts as fromage. It might not be the most elegant of fromage, but fromage was included nonetheless. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Blades. Appreciate that, Blades. Thank you so much. So yes, we had a level 2 hype train. Thanks so much to Armored Wolf, to JD Blades, and Grand Oracle. So much appreciated. So that's Armored Wolf has had to listen. Well, and Armored Wolf had to listen to 7 hours of me rambling and doing all kinds of shenanigans last night, basically on no sleep because they had that event, and then they had to set up for the classes with Kaha there. So Armored Wolf has done like quadruple duty here all at once. So everybody, please give Armored Wolf the support too. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. That certainly does help. Again, I did end up just since it was, at the $42 price, I got some more of the Elegoo filament. Actually, Grand Oracle, I've almost used up all of the bamboo filament that I got months and months ago. That's almost been exhausted now. There is not much of that left. And there's really not going to be any more where that came from. I'm just going to roll with the Elegoo stuff from now on. It is weird. Actually, the Elegoo stuff has worked out so much better on a couple of different levels. Not just the reliability, but even actually how it ends up looking too. I would have thought, it's black matte PLA. It's just going to be almost essentially the same, but it's not. There is a difference. It's hard to really describe it in just regular words. You'd almost have to kind of see it to see the difference. I think what happens is that the layer lines come apart a lot easier with the bamboo than they do with the Elegoo PLA. When they're put under pressure, that is. I mean, not like just randomly coming apart during printing. It's more like when I'm trying to rip off supports and some unusual areas. Now we're finally getting somewhere with our violet here. Again, it was pretty simple. We did the dry brushy stuff. Now we're going back. We did then some of the glazy stuff. Now we're going back over it with some of our light middle tone. This is not our lightest light yet. So let's see, you have collected all of the level 2 emotes, but I don't see any of them, so I'm just going to have one of these flying across the screen again. Where are we at here? There we go. There it is. We get rid of this horse, and we have an iron horse coming right at you. Look at that. All aboard the Linseed Express hype train. All aboard the hype train. But this is not a college football hype train. This is no ordinary hype train. This is also a hypno train. Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. You wish to be able to do stuff like this. It just makes it so easy. It is the easy button, that's for sure. Now, actually, that does, we're going to go with the cooler blue there. Maybe something that has a little bit of greenishness to it. Yes. All right, well, blending brush again here. Now, Hednerfane, it's, I forget, I don't know if it was Grand Oracle or Velfira, maybe, or was it Recoil that coined the hypno train phrase. Or was it surface tension? I forget. So somebody definitely did call it the hypno train. Let me again just use that blending brush down there. So this is here. Let's make a little changeola on this. Let me get the ice blue and get some of the radiant turquoise in here. Also, I think that we had a little bit of fuzz there. So, making a bit of a change here. Might even get a little bit of the Indancerin blue there. Over here. Again, the not radiant indigo with some of the ice blue to change that over. Now more of the ice blue in there. And then we need ourselves a warmer gray, which will probably maybe be the ice blue comboed with the Van Dyke brown. Let me see if that's going to work. Ice blue, Van Dyke brown, maybe a touch of the asphaltum. So that gets changed. No, I might actually have to have a little bit of the Mars black in there to make it even less or more neutral. All right. Let me look at something real quick here. No, that doesn't really show me too much, so we don't need that one. Grab this then. Again, trying to make that a little more neutral. And then back to the ice blue. Sure glad that I went with those warmer tones on the horsey. Those are even more important now that this has gotten a different color. Is that part of the stirrup? I can't really tell. Did more of that down here. Is there enough thinner in that to make it, or not too much thinner so that it sticks? Over here too. Right along that edge there. Oh, hey there, Raven Sire. How you doing? Yeah, Recoil has been a huge help for sure. Recoil, I think, did a big donation in the stream last night. So there is our Gandalf and Gandalf on Shadowfax. Again, those were from Diwali Miniatures. So that was very fun. Obviously, white with some of the object source laying on it. Thank you, Raven Sire. Appreciate that. So we had our choo-choos there. We had our hype train and Well, we had everything but the Weeping Angel show up there. And again, I will be doing some more hype trains as far as the cookies go. I don't think I'll be making cookies. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to do a batch of the Christmas cookie. Maybe not the gigantic batch of like 3 dozen of them or something like that. But I might try to do some. What are we doing here? Because we have a little. Well, we certainly have more tools in place now than we did when I did the Halloween batch of cookies. That's for sure. So thanks again, Ravensire. Appreciate that. Try and lighten this up a bit more. And we did that on the other side. We need to start doing that on this side here. And again, this is a very, very dainty file. Whereas even this one, I mean, the Diwali stuff tends to be more on the, I guess, realistic side of things. Certainly the folds on the things like the cloaks and the robes. That's the one thing with like the Kurzlook stuff. Sometimes the folds on the robes and cloaks are a little bit kind of artificial looking. Oh, we also have Elrond. Yes, another Elrond, because we don't have enough Elronds. We only have Elrond John and Elrond Hubbard. So we clearly need more Elronds. And then we're going to probably get more of the weight on this. And then more of the, again, that's not white here. This is basically what we like to call sometimes radiant indigo. Just if indigo had a radiant color, it would probably be a lot like this one. This is the ice blue from Richardson. So I guess we're going to find out just how much linseed oil is tucked into those paints that we're going to be trying in that video tomorrow. Now with Ranuary we got, I almost thought that Titan Forge was doing another Skaven thing, but it turns out it's Beastman. I thought I was seeing something that maybe could have been rat ogres, and then I was like, no, those are that's. Then I saw the centaurs and stuff. I'm like, nope, that's a Beastman release. Maybe we'll let that get hit with a little bit more of our light here too. Why don't we get a little bit more? I might want to also throw a little bit more of the kind of the reddish violet in here too.
So say we all. So say we all.
Hey there, Painterly Git. How you doing? Thanks so much. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Painterly Git a follow. Oh, geez, you know what I forgot again? I forgot those stickers. I don't even know where the heck they're at right now. I forgot the flaming chainsaw stickers again. So everybody please give Painterly Git a follow. Of course, Painterly, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And I guess Painterly, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. That'll be the first time I'll have a chance to join you guys with the new kind of rules and stuff like that. So I think Blades was going to tell me how I'm supposed to get into that and such. So Painterly, been doing lots and lots of terrain lately. That's been super fun. We did 6 of the Hobbit holes here. 6 different themes. This one obviously a bit of a lumberjack theme, and then I did a video where we did all of the, each one of them had different flock and foliage, and of course each one has a very cozy interior there. So that's the lumberjack's house, and this is Bilbo Bananigan's house right here. So there's another one, again with a very cozy interior. We did 6 of these guys. And then I think this was our Thursday stream, wasn't it? Right here. Where we painted another one of our sneaky snakes. Yeah, that was super fun. Painted that one up. And then last night we added, because we don't have enough Gandalfs here, we added not one, but 2 Gandalfs. Right there. Because again, we just didn't have enough Gandalfs. Thranduil, hopefully, well, let's see. You want to definitely get yourself some sleep there, because you've had a whole bunch of long days and such. You know, trying to get to school at insane o'clock in the morning and such. And Painterly, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. But as Armored Wolf has said many times, hashtag no sleep in Wappleville. I wasn't doing a whole bunch of sleep since the stream didn't end until I think after 5 in the morning, or close to it. It was pretty close to it. So yeah, I'm sorry that I forgot the flaming chainsaw stickers. Also the flaming chainsaw keychains. However, those have to be redone because they kind of look like a film noir thing where we never brought the color back. So yeah, we're gonna have to redo those. So yes, Armored Wolf. That's Armored Wolf saying right there. Hashtag no sleep in Wappleville. Armored Wolf certainly lived up to that yesterday. Well, we're kind of doing the same thing here. Well, you know, Thranduil, as we like to say here, it is a very bizarre and barbaric custom where people voluntarily lose consciousness for several hours. They tend to drool on themselves. When they wake up, they have really weird-looking hair. Yeah, it's very unproductive. As far as we see it, it's virtually barbaric. Don't understand why you humans, and you humans willingly do this every single day. We're not quite sure why you guys do that. I think I printed out I might have printed out both Perseus and the Medusa Jet. I think I might have printed out both of them. I know I printed out at least one. I also printed out, oh yeah, that's right, the Loot Studios, what is that stuff? The Arthurian stuff. I have actually, the Artemis, that's right, by Nerixon, and I thought I had all the pieces of the Aphrodite, but I think maybe I got like the hair, maybe I never did that one, or I just, well, it probably just got misplaced somewhere. And we'll either have to find it or just reprint the thing. Well, Jet, that's just that's Medusa's brother, Meduda. Yeah, that must be Medusa's brother there or something like that. That ice blue was a little lighter than when I expected it was going to be there. There's all kinds of undulations and folds in this cloak here. And And looky here, we got our blending brush right there. Very handy. Keep in mind, we've got two miniatures that we're working on. Actually, Elrond's horse is going to be much lighter, more like this here. I still need to get my lighter lightstone on that bottom piece over here. Come on. There we go. But yeah, Horns fan, I'm just, there is nothing. Again, the Snow Globe game had the entertainment value just because of the conditions. But I just don't really see anything that's going to be like, oh yeah, you got to be interested in this. I don't even know, outside of the Chargers playing the Ravens in the Harbaugh Bowl on Monday, I don't even know what the schedule is. Couldn't even tell you. I guess if Elite is in here, we can ask Elite to provide the the NFL report. Trying to catch a little bit of light there. So let's see if this coming weekend is rivalry week and the last game in this regular season. And that's the 20. Well, basically 29th, 30th. So it's, yeah, that means, wow, okay, that's going to be interesting. Like I said, some of these games are going to be cold, and I mean like down even in Florida. There could potentially be frost warnings in Florida this coming weekend. And they are talking about, I guess, kind of single-digit weather. Now, Thranduil, let's see, I know you were talking about having a bunch of snow over there. I don't know if you ended up with as much as what they were talking about. And again, Painterly, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. If you want to share your the pot clog pokers there to get rid of the clogs in the paint pots. And I'm going to take some of that violet. It's going to go along here because we kind of lost that edge. And we might even reinforce a few little darks down here. Again, with the violet. Some more here. And of course, Blades, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff. Oh, geez, I got to print out those. I knew there was something. I needed to print out those Lord of the Rings cats. Actually, Blades, have you seen those? I think I sent you the link, right, to the Lord of the Rings cats. Yeah, I gotta get those things printed out. So Thranduil, I've seen it. Well, actually, I've played it myself in about 6 inches of snow or so. In a way, it's a little bit like playing it in a swimming pool. And of course, it was about 8 to 10 degrees at the time. Because it was February, I think. So everybody please check out that Insta link there with the Get Poke tool. since basically all those paint pots are 100% guaranteed to clog 200% of the time. You need yourself something to unclog those tubes or the those little paint pots or whatever. And Paint really has one of those now. So yeah, Thranio, I think in the last 3 years, I've had to break out a broom maybe 5 times or something like that. Yeah, literally just a broom. I couldn't tell you the last time I actually touched a shovel. Of course, everybody I think was it last night or whatever, they said, well, you have now jinxed us all. Now we're all going to get a bazillion inches of snow. To which Armored Wolf says, huh, yeah. Now, Armored Wolf, you guys haven't had any more there, right, this November? I don't know, I guess maybe this is more like an average November snowfall-wise for you guys? I mean, the snow shoveling, that used to be a legit exercise that I kind of counted on in the wintertime, but that has not been the case in a long time. Now, we do actually have one of the Hobbit holes up on the YouTube channel. Actually, I think it's the Lumberjack's house, of all things. So if you want to check that out, please go ahead. So nothing new yet there. Gonna keep trying to locate some more lights here on this, because this is not the cape, this is the actual clothes that she's wearing here. And let's do a little more light on our horsey now, because he's had a chance to set. Remember, we put that tan in that to acting as a nice little contrast there to what we've got going on with those clothes. Of course, Horns fan, the consequence of having all that stuff in the background all day and everything means that I've got the fight songs of about 8 different universities in my head playing all at once. There's that. That's not as good as you might think it is. A little bit later on that part of now. We gotta get something on this down here. Thranduil, it is literally, you've got the it's bouncing back and forth between OU, Auburn, Bama, A&M. Let's see. Well, a little bit of. Now, I wouldn't recognize the Kansas one to hear it, anyways. Not too much at Kentucky's. Actually, yeah, that was another game. Valfair, I thought there was going to be a chance. And Kentucky certainly had their opportunities. Again, that's the other thing that we really like about that versus your NFL games, because while the Bears do have a fight, so I know that the Eagles have one too. Of course, everybody has to look up the 1970s disco era San Diego Chargers fight song. Oh my gosh, that's still got to be one of the weirdest of all time. Geez, what did Washington do with theirs? I guess they had to scrap that one. I think, let's see, Philadelphia. I know Washington had one. There was the San Diego, and I'm sure all the other teams maybe have one, but not really too aware of what they are. There's a big old blob of something on the end of that brush. Let me see if I can get rid of that. I think we might have got rid of it. Never did get the lightest light on that. So yeah, GW never did this Arwen. They did basically the Arwen in the scene where she's got Frodo and the Wraiths are chasing her around. That's the GW Arwen. That is a little lighter there. A little bit more of our light on this upper surface here. Where's my, there it is again. This is mostly now the fast matte white. Guess we'll try and work that up onto the horsey's ears here. Still got those reins in there. Also, too, never did get any of the lighter stuff on the horse's mane over here. Or even the reins. We gotta get something on the reins. Now, actually, Landrest, how far along are you on printing out the... Well, I know you were doing those test prints, but I also know that you were wanting to print out your... I almost said your Omni stuff, but your... I think it's the slurry factory, right? The storage bins. Some of that white. Work its way over here into our skin tones. Something on the upper parts of the cheeks. Something here on the upper part of the forehead. Letting that mix with the stuff we've already got there in place. Need that lower lip there. I think, oh, maybe I can use this as a blending brush over here. Okay. Oh, gotta do some stuff on that log there too. Don't want to forget that. I need something on the top of that. The reins there and that. Yeah, okay. So you can see just how rough the sculpt of Elrond is compared to our Arwen sculpt. Actually, while we're at it here, what we're going to do is get some quickie little darker glazes on this, especially now that that's had a chance to set. So we're going to take this brown here, maybe some of the asphaltum towards there it is. You know what? I'm just going to throw a dot of thinner over here just to make that take less time. And just go blammo with that. Don't really care. And then we'll come back with our lighter stuff on Elrond. I just want that to have a chance to set while I'm doing this other stuff. Perline red. We got some of the violet in there. Nope, more of the violet, less of the perline red. There we go. I mean, I guess, not quinacridone magenta. What's the other one I'm thinking? Oh, what is this? It was the rose madder or something like that. Yeah, this one. This one kind of like it. Is this a series 3? Yep, series 3. That's another one that okay. I just want to get that on there so that that can have a chance to set. Now we come back over here. To our Arwen. I'm going to borrow that. That's going to go on our bog myrtle bushes over here, at least on the buds. Ah, another one over here. So yeah, Thranio, you'll hear those bands playing the whole game. And it's not just for touchdowns or field goals. I mean, if there's any kind of a big play, well okay. We'll use Tennessee as an example. I mean, all it takes is a reasonably significant first down, and you're hearing everybody singing Rocky Top. So, oh, there's one over here. I thought there was one more, which was not a wise thing to say because now Rocky Top is bouncing around inside my very hollow head. I'll take some of the Radiant Green here, some of the Mars Yellow Deep to warm that up. Start getting some greens on our greenery. Do those. And then we'll probably come at this with maybe a little bit more of our Phasma White. Then we'll give it some flocking foliage like we did with all of our Bretonian figs there. Thank you so much, Trinzabug. Appreciate that. So Trinzabug, the oils really do give you that opportunity to turn this into your palette. I mean, we have our palette over here, but sometimes we just refer to that as a color storage device. And well, you've seen how it kind of works out on the Hobbit holes, right? When we're trying to get rid of those layer lines, or where we just sometimes we take the non-pre-glazed approach and we take that darker color, a little bit like what we did here, and we let it actually mix together with some of that lighter dry brushy stuff that we did. And of course, I don't know, I think you might have seen Some of our 1800 scale ships, even in the water there, really, really easy to do those waves in a hurry. And of course, the snake, it really helped there. Man, that made a big old difference. You know what? I'm going to get me a little drop of thinner on there. Oh, that's great turns. Boy, those, man, I really love doing those. I really, really, really love doing those. Believe it or not, okay, there's those ones from Navarrete. I've got more. I've got Felbeast from Kurzlik, Printing Goes Ever on Diwali, there's Dandelion in Middle Earth. Oh, and Medusa Project. Yeah, there's still more. There's still more Felbeasts from Medusa Project to do yet. So those 11 that we did, I've got at least 11 more. Turns. I think you saw it during the those streams. I was talking about that Smaug, which now is ready for its painting. Holy smokes, that thing! It's like a mega fell beast. It's kind of like painting about 5 of those fell beasts together, as far as how massive it is. There we are. A little bit more of that light on the foliage. And of course, all I keep thinking about all the time is, speaking of time, the time I could have saved if I had been using the oils all along instead of doing all the stuff with the acrylics. Hey Abakar, how you doing? Happy Sunday. Oh, okay, no, it is a happy Sunday here too. So Abakar, I hope that you are having a fantastic start to your day. So Churns, yeah, I'm doing well, I've already done 2 videos, I think, with him. Yes, well, technically 2 videos already with him. The third one is going to be, ironically enough, an airbrush video where we're doing primer painting. So it's going to be sort of like we did with this lady here, except I can't find where that compressor is, though, of course. Ballsy, how you doing? Happy Sunday to you as well. And of course, here was our figures from last night's stream. Not one, but 2 Gandalfs. Again, these are from Diwali. Those are super fun. Also, painted with the oils. So great to see you there, Abakar. And again, thanks for joining here. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody being here. Do I want to... Yeah, let me get some of this yellow, a little bit more of our... Well, I could use the... Well, not indigo, radiant indigo, but go with some of the fast matte white there. Come on, all the way to the end. That's more like it. Now, our next stream, of course, Armada Mondays, when we will be continuing with the IGN. And remember, I was going to do a batch of cruisers, so I got at least 3 cruisers, I think, that I'll be working on. I also have, I think, 2 more destroyers printed up. I could be wrong. Possibly 3. So yeah, get ready for Armada Mondays and a whole bunch of ships. I believe the last, as we like to call it, cruiser bruising was with, oh, here we are. Here's some of our U.S. cruisers. I think we had the Portland class and the Cleveland class. Yeah, let's get some lighter stuff on this. We'll plant down over here. Something over there. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to recommend. So if you want to hear somebody that, again, what I like about these basically uh, podcast viewing parties of the NFL games is that each one of them has a very different personality, and the guy that does the basically calls it the pack cast. I think his name is the Grossi Posse. That's right. He used to teach history for about 8 or 9 years, and his favorite historical period is the interwar years, which is something I've studied a ton over the last 5 years, maybe six. Hey, there's surface tension. And so instead of the usual commercials and timeouts and all that kind of stuff, he actually gets into it. Basically becomes a history dissertation for all the timeouts. So it's really, really fun. You would think it was more like a history whatever instead of you're just listening to an NFL game. It abruptly goes from complaining about the refs to talking about the impact of things like radio, transatlantic flights, that sort of stuff. So surface tension, if you want to share anything in the chat there, link-wise, like your Mastodon links there, please go ahead and do that. Great to have you back, surface tension. So surface tension, somehow we survived all of those Gandalfs, all of those Shadowfaxes. No major incidents. We didn't see any birds show up, which we thought was going to happen. Hey there, Doji. So Doji, how did your tests go? It was there's nothing quite like having a whole bunch of brand new colors out there, Doji, and you're just gonna do some tests on them, and you want to see how that's gonna go. I'm sure it had to be fun. I hope you had enough time to kind of get through them all. And Doji, this is a super complex violet. It's that ice blue and dioxazine violet. That's it. That's all it is. It's those two things, nothing more. Now, Doji, were you trying to do color charts and staining tests? Or was it just one or the other? Doji, I know that you're not super happy about all that, but if you want to share your oil painting links in the chat, that'd be fabulous too. Okay, that's going to be super, super light there. Oh, okay, Doji. I thought the paints just didn't quite do what you hoped that they would do. Okay, yeah, that is weird about the primer for sure. I honestly, well, let's see. I know that has happened with the Vallejo primer and even the GW primer, but so yeah, Doji, sorry that didn't quite work out as the way you had hoped it would. I'm gonna see if I can get me a bit more. Yeah, we can't get more of our light there. Hey there, Sarge. Well, at least you didn't have to work till 3 o'clock today. Great to see you again there, Sarge. Oh yeah, Doji, that could definitely do it. That could definitely do it. Oh, thanks, Surface Tension. We did actually have ourselves, I think, a quick little level 1 hype train. No, we had a level 2. We almost had a level 3. So thank you so much. Appreciate that too, Surface Tension. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. Surface Tension, did you post your Mastodon links there? Also, more oil painted miniatures. So go check those out. You can really see what it is that is possible with the oil paints. There we are. So surface tension, it was another huge day in college football. Dreams shattered, hopes dashed, new hopes rekindled. It's a spectacular day to not be a fan of any particular team and just watch it all play out and just say, entertain me. Oh, gee, yeah, Doji, I've never used that, that's for sure. Actually, I still haven't had a chance to get that 8K interactive icicle stuff, right? The frost effect. Yeah, I still gotta get that. I actually tried to look directly on the 8K interactive site, didn't even see it there. I know, Doji, that Stila tried the MIG ammo stuff. I forget if Stila brushed it on or if it was airbrushed on. I don't remember how Stila put that stuff on. Oh, that sounds fun there, surface tension. I have still not messed around with any Gundam stuff yet. Maybe someday we get a chance to do that. Gotta get the other eye in here. Now we've got the eyebrows, eyelids, then we gotta get the lighter stuff in between those. Boy, Doji, I've never had the MIG ammo primer, the one-shot primer. Um, yeah, all of the Steino jars are just, that's it. Everything that is Badger is in that very same jar. It just made me realize I've never seen, never seen the one-shot primer up close. So Abakar says they haven't had any problems with the Vallejo surface primer. Yeah, that is definitely a little bit of a change of pace for sure. Let's see, what did I do? Oh, actually, Abakar, I mixed the Liquitex. I think it was either Liquitex or Golden Gesso with with the marble dust, and I actually was able to create plastic putty. So yeah, does this sit here? No, that's the metal medium. But yeah, just as an experiment, I took those two, combined them together, and actually was able to make a very interesting plastic putty out of it. One that I could modify the thickness or weight of it by how much marble dust I put in there. So it's kind of fun to actually break out the gesso and get a chance to use it on something. It worked pretty well. I used that on Smaug to do some sculpting slash gap filling. Again, that's the ice blue mixed with the Dio violet. Albacar, it was kind of important because I can tear through a bottle of that plastic putty really quickly. And it works very well on things like the say those Fell Beast wings from Navarrete Studios and such, because sometimes it's just there is really no way to use the green stuff to do gap filling and such. Much easier to just throw that paste on there, let it dry, and then sand it off. But if it's thicker, one of the things we've discovered is you can actually do a little bit of rudimentary sculpting with either a paintbrush or those silicone tools. Where's my blending brush here? There you are. And it just popped into my head as I was doing kind of a gap filling type episode on, well, the Fell Beast and such, and I was testing that against the green putty from Green Stuff World and the Max putty and everything else. And I wonder, because I looked at the package and it said marble dust, and I went, wait a minute, I'm sure I could get marble dust. Got it, tried it, and it worked pretty well. You can even add was it modeling paste. You can even add more of the marble dust to modeling paste, and the modeling paste is essentially plastic putty. And again, for things like wings right now, do we have what? It's going to be hard to reach, but I'm just going to try and grab it anyways. Because there's a lot of areas, especially where, say, the two parts of the wings are attached together and it's just very flat here across this very narrow surface. Really hard to do green stuff there without seeing that raised in some way. All right, let me get this back to its safe spot over there. Oh, and by the way, 2 hours ago, these two had no paint on them. Bingo, paint, nada, zilch, nothing. Don't blink. That's what the Weeping Angel says. Bad idea. Don't blink. Little more light up on the hair. I'm trying to get some lighter skin tone out underneath these eyes. Let me try this. Hey there, Deuce. How you doing? So sorry, Deuce, that it was kind of hello goodbye earlier this. Well, it's not earlier this morning anymore. Now it's early Sunday morning. So sorry about that, Deuce. I know you came in and it wasn't too much longer where I ended up signing off there. And Deuce, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Again, Surface Tension, not sure if you had a chance to share your, again, your Mastodon links there. Let's do that. Let's do this here. A little bit lighter on that lower lip, I think. Uh-huh. There we go. Finally. Hey there, Paint Meets Plastic. Oh, it's been a long time. How you doing? No problem there, Deuce. No problem. I am still kind of hoping that there is a chance that I could maybe experiment a little bit. I might even try that. Who knows? Maybe even during December, January of doing maybe an earlier start to the stream. And I mean like extremely early. I mean like I I don't know about a daytime stream, but maybe something in the afternoon. Glad that you're doing well there. Paint meets plastic. I've been having a whole bunch of fun with especially with the terrain. I mean, the miniatures have been fun too. But the terrain painting, just the fact that I actually was able to paint a bunch of terrain on stream, that's huge. That is a big deal. And there might be a number of, well, it kind of depends. The If we do get the much colder weather, that could change some of the plans for some of the stuff I was going to be filming. Because I wanted to use some of those new spray colors that I got, the acrylic spray paint, not primer spray paint. I wanted to use some of those on some of my Moria terrain pieces. Let me try and, yeah, there we go. That line went a little, this one too. We're gonna restore that line. So I'm glad that you're doing well there. Paint meets plastic. Try this again. It's just a Van Dyke brown, nothing fancy with this. We are using the Battlecraft Supplies paint holders. Take some of this. Get that on our tree there, and then maybe a bit of this. And, might even use some of our ice blue right there. Okay, that was basically just a few brush strokes on our tree there. Oh, yeah, JD, if you want to post that, and of course, everybody, please check out the link that JD is going to post here. Sorry about that, JD. Should have asked you a long time ago. Yeah, my apologies. And of course, JD, you want to send via the Instas there. You want to send me a picture or something like that. Now, sometimes I don't always get to see them right away, but I do try to check those out too. So everybody, please check out the Insta link that JD just shared. Because Hetzers are gonna Hetz, right, JD? Hetzers always Hetz. Now we'll try and get a little teensy bit here. So we'll just have to come back with our lighter color again. Nope. Let's use this instead. Okay. So if we do like paint meets plastic, go check out the link that JD just shared. Nah, may change this around a little bit. Just gonna have to let that sit there for a bit. Sometimes that's what you just gotta do. And just leave something alone for a little while. Ooh, also, I'm gonna get me some of my fast mat wood out here. That's the stuff from gambling again. Just pop this out here. stir up the pot right over here of our new white. Try and get it on to the close here where I know I really need to make some of this a bunch lighter. Right down there. I do need one of my micro blending brushes. There we go. Of course, when Thousand Young shows up, we always let him know that we're keeping an eye on him there. How you doing there, Thousand Young? Great to see you. So everybody, please give Thousand Young a look-see, because Thousand Young is going to post some nifty links there of his stuff that you want to be checking out for sure. 1 second here. There, we finally found them. They were just hiding. Because Ebikar wants to see the one true brush. So here is the one true brush. So this is a 12-pack. It used to be $5, now it's $6. Yeah, there's 12 of them in there. You can see they have a pretty nifty point, right? These brushes, surprising what you can do with those with that point. Now, what starts to happen is they start getting a little bit more beat up, right? They don't look quite so pristine anymore, and then they get even a little more beat up, and then they really, really get beat up, and then they start looking like this. So as you can see, we have done a little bit of a trim job on these. That means we can use them for spattering or for stippling. That is handy when you say want to do something like, oh, I don't know, mud spatters, right? Stippling that mud on your vehicles, very, very handy for that. And well, here we'll show you what the progression of these brushes, where it goes kind of from, again, very pristine brush like that to something like this. Look, you can even see all the basing material stuck there on the handle of that brush. And again, it's they're essentially about 26, 28 cents a piece, depending on what sales tax is where you live. You can see that the paint color, or the colors of the handles, has changed several times over the years. And we're talking about using these things since about 2008 or something like that. But no matter what they look like, they will always, to us, be the one true brush. There you go. And again, I use those for everything. We were using one as a blending brush just a few minutes ago on the cloak. Let's see, whatever one has purple on it, that'd be this one. So yeah, we were just using that as a blending brush. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. Yeah, Doji, that's what I was trying to also do today, was a little bit of that. I kind of hoped it didn't have to be quite so piecemeal this year, but it's had to be piecemeal. It's like, okay, we're going to set up a little bit here. Okay, now we're going to set up a little bit of this tomorrow. Maybe next week. Who knows? Maybe that's the best approach to do. And 1,000 Young, I don't know if you had a chance to see some of the Hobbit holes. We painted 6 of these on stream, and then of course I did the video that showed how we did all of the flock and foliage. That is on the Patreon page. And if you do that Army Painter pledge level, you're gonna have to get yourself some popcorn and maybe a blanket, because you're going to be binge watching for quite some time, because there's over 2,000 hours worth of videos to watch. You're basically getting every tutorial that I ever made since 2013. Thanks, 1,000 Young. 1,000 Young, I can't wait to try and get to the gigantic Hobbit Tavern. Now we'll really have to see if that static thing can carry the I might just have to keep moving the nail around or something. I mean, I'm gonna have to do it in portions anyway, but yeah, that Hobbit Tavern is going to be absolutely giganto. So again, everybody, please check out the link that Thousand Young shared. Fabulous sculpting there. And now, Thousand Young, we are printing up a whole bunch of Moria type terrain and also Erebor. Yeah, I've been printing up a lot of stuff. Yeah, that is. I guess we'll get some even lighter tone here on this cloak in a couple of places. Hey there, Gilded Brush. How you doing? Everybody, please give Gilded Brush Studio a follow. Great to see you there, Gilded Brush. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I hope that everybody's doing super well. We had a spectacular day of college football on Saturday. Some pretty colossal upsets. Stuff that's going to massively change the college football playoff. We hit some of that light over here on this part of the cloak. Right there. Yep. Right in there. Gilded Brush. Yeah, the Yield Council of Miniature Painters. I was telling Blades and Painterly Git earlier that I've got to get a whole bunch of stuff ready to prep. Because basically that's something where I spend the entire time filing and assembling and prepping and gap filling miniatures, sometimes basing, but usually doing all that prep stuff. And I'll be doing that again on that stream tomorrow. How about we welcome in Kagomez Fury? Kago, how you doing? Everybody, please give Kagomez Fury a follow. And of course, Kagomez Fury, you want to post some of your stuff in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. So Kagomez Fury, we this stream was pretty crazy, and we learned something, of course, that if you give Shadowfax Pipeweed, it makes him very mellow. He's not the cranky horse. So yeah, this Shadowfax is very mellow compared to this Shadowfax over here. So yeah, this is ultra mellow Shadowfax. This is cranky Shadowfax over here. Just like we have Grumpy Gandalf. Yeah, that is a happy Shadowfax there. Oh, let me see. 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, these two figures had no paint on them. Yep, that's what we've been doing tonight. Little Arwen and Elrond. And everybody, please give Kagomez Fury a follow. And if you would like to post any of your stuff in the chat, well, go on ahead and do that. And Kagomez Fury, I think you had a chance to see some of the Hobbit holes now with all of the materials on the roof and all the flock and foliage. Boy, it made a big difference. That was super fun. And of course, the interiors are still quite cozy. Look at that, very cozy interior there with the firelight. We did 6 of these. Oh, was this our Thursday stream? I swear this was our Thursday stream. This was super fun. We did another one of our Necropolis Knights that is 3D printed from Titan Forge. So Kagomez Fury, hopefully the stream was super fun. I'm sure it was, and hopefully you got a bunch done. Hopefully you were able to get some good progress going on stuff. And let me take that blending brush again. That is that's kind of what we end up, these craft brushes, they end up doing all kinds of fun things. That's fantastic. Yeah, Kagome Sphere, the stream here went a little bit longer than it was supposed to. It went almost 7 hours. Now, in the past, right, we was our Saturday challenge where we did things like 15 goblins in 12 hours, or where's our dwarves here? We did these 9 dwarves in about 10.5 hours or so. Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm hoping to prep a bunch of stuff during the podcast tomorrow, so that we can maybe do something like that. 1,000 young. Think of it this way too: is that any tall folks that are there, if they try chasing you around, they're just gonna bash their head on the ceiling. So yeah, that's it's really good for intruders as well. Everybody, please check out that artistry website there. Again, that's where Kagome's Fury has a fantastic gallery of things. Oh, actually, Kagome's Fury, this sculpt right here. Normally, this should be printed out, say, in 1/10 or 1/12 scale. Needless to say, it's a little bit smaller here than kind of it's originally intended to be. I'm hoping eventually to be able to print this out in that much larger scale where, like, the horse's head is not, well, maybe not the size of this whole body, but significantly bigger. That would be super fun. Haven't had a chance to do something like that. I can't quite remember who the sculptor is. I'm not really going to do a whole bunch here because we're going to be adding so much of the flock and foliage there. So I don't know if I'm really going to do a whole bunch of anything there on that base. No, we're not going to add the violet there, but you can see it on. Come on our shadow factor. You can see some of the violet there. You can see some of the tans and the greens and the blues. Yes, I know that's Gandalf the White, but we need it to be much more interesting. Hence, all those different colors that work their way in there. So everybody, again, be like Blades, and check out that link that Kagome's Fury just shared. We also need to welcome in the bearded Celt. How you doing there, Celt? Great to see you. Everybody, please also give Bearded Celt a follow. And of course, Bearded Celt, I know that you're usually not posting stuff in the chat there, but you want to share anything, please go ahead. So Bearded Celt, we were just showing some of the hobbit holes that now have. There you go. There's some fur texture on that, and there's again for the lumberjack there, all the little wood chips and everything. We'll see in a little bit there, Kagome's Fury. See you in a bit. And of course, this was our Thursday stream. Again, another sneaky snake right there. And last night, look at this, not just one, but two, count them, 2 Gandalfs. A tale of 2 Gandalfs. Well, technically there was like 8 out there, because there's all the other Gandalfs that we already painted. Let me lighten this up a bit more with our skin tone. A little more here. I think that helps. Hey there, Eep Jeep. Nice to see you back. So Blades, I have one more of those. I haven't painted yet. This is the first one. We'll get him ready to paint on stream too. Yeah, Bearded Kilt, I was wondering how you were doing on your Christmas presents. 1 second here. Let me get a little bit more light on the underneath the eye here. Like so. Uh-huh, that's what we needed there. That was looking a little devoid of shape there for a second. Yeah, that's better. So Rottweiler, I don't know if I think you did have a chance earlier to share your Insta links, right? Everybody, please give Blades a follow too. Also, Rottweiler, Bearded Kilt, Kagoma's Fury. You got lots of folks that you need to follow there. Please go do that. Are we gonna? Yep. I'm gonna throw some more light on the horsey here, on his shoulder, or at least the upper neck here. No reason why that would be so much in shadow, because she's not going to cast a shadow on it. So Eep Jeep, I hope everything is going fantastic for you. Yeah, definitely Abakar. Sorry if I forgot to ask. Go ahead, do the share thing there. Me throw a little bit more light along the edge of the brooch there. Also here. On the shoulder there. So thank you so much for the raid there, Bearded Kelp. Appreciate that. We had a very wild stream again last night with Gandalf and Shadowfax. Usually that's a very contentious relationship, but different Gandalf, different Shadowfax, very different dynamic. One modified by apparently healthy doses of pipe wheat. Who knows? Maybe the same could be done to Guahir, who of course has a vendetta out against Gandalf. JD, you know, one of my favorite things is rum chata. And JD, it only takes like a teaspoon of rum chata in a bowl of cereal to kind of give it that extra little shot of sweetness. Yeah, that's some nifty stuff. Hey there, Heavy Tea. Nice to see ya. So, JD, I know it's not quite the same thing, but the concept is a little bit similar, don't you think? Everybody, check out the Insta link that Abakar just posted as well. Blades also enjoys the rum chata. Blades, that rum chata, that is such spectacular stuff. I have to get me some more of that, that's for sure. But yeah, just a tiny bit, just a little bit, just to kind of give a little bit of flavor. If you put too much in there and you just kind of and it overpowers things, then you know you put too much in there. But if you put just a little bit, just right, just the right amount, it gives it this little hint. It's almost like you've got nutmeg and something like that, or hazelnut. So surface tension. Oh no, it was rum waffles. That's it. The rum waffles were not as good as the rum chata cereal. Rum waffles, very different dynamic there. Especially when they're absolutely totally soaked, because you think that bottle of rum is actually maple syrup. And you wonder why that is like the runniest maple syrup ever. And why does that maple maple spirits, there you go. Why does that maple syrup smell like it's 94 proof? Oh, that's because it's rum. Just the smell of the pancake, of those waffles alone was like, holy smokes. That was, they were basically like the bottom two were salvageable. Everything else was just like, well, them's going in the garbage. Let me get more of that radiant green for my. Yes, I'm using radiant green as a highlight for leather because it's just gonna look gray. Yeah, surface tension. The top one was just like, wow. I mean, it just even catching a whiff of it was too much. I think I had to go like at least three pancakes down, and even then, they was still negatively impacted. Now, had that been rum chata, would have been a different story because those pancakes would have been like the most dessert pancakes ever. No, no, rough waffles. There we go. Yes. For all you young players out there, keep your. Don't have the bottle of rum literally right in the midst of three different maple syrup containers. Because in a darkened room and you're in a massive hurry because you're about to start a stream, you're just going to grab something that looks like a maple container. You're going to open that up and you're going to wonder why it's just run all over the plate and almost onto the table. Yeah, that's because it will be a different type of. It'll be a beverage instead of a condiment. So I want to touch more light on the bog myrtle bushes, these plants over here. Yeah, Blades. I think it was Arid that was talking about. There's a bunch of stuff that Eric can't get because of that strike. Now, how many days has that been going? And I guess is there any sign of an ending to that? Catch some more of that. I wonder how that's affecting like creature caster and stuff. All right, we'll see you later. There's surface tension. I guess you're having a bomb cyclone too. So have a good one. There's surface tension. So yeah, that was. What were the maple cookies, right? Blades. Those well, I like them a lot too, but my sister really loves those. Now I never got a chance to get to the store again, Blades. So I'm hoping that tomorrow they still have some of the that pomegranate cherry 7 Up. Because well, we're gonna need some more of this, but that's what's in here. Pomegranate 7 Up with the little bit of our rum in there. Get a little bit of light on their interior of that log, like so. Yep, Kikohomisphere. I figured it had to be pretty late for you there. Again, thanks for the raid, and of course, thanks for hanging out as long as you can. It's something that they typically have around the holidays, which is funny because a lot of people that have like the big chain stores, they don't see that. I just have my tiny little grocery store that's a block and a half away. And sometimes they'll just have stuff like that there. Oh, geez, Blades. I think the whole 2 liter bottle didn't cost me that much. Yeah, I think that was like I think it was $1.99 or something like that for the whole shooting match. let me... Nah, nah, nah. We won't do any more on that. Actually, what I will see if we can do here is start to do some of maybe the lighter stuff on Elrond here. Which means some of this, along with some of this. Come on, more of that. Again, this is fail cast, so it's going to be somewhat rough. Thank you so much, Fukuro. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Along comes our Gandalf. Oh wait, we should do the new. Yes, let's do one of our new ones with Mellow Shadowfax. Thank you so much for that follow. So yeah, the Horser's getting a contact high from Shadowfax over there. He's like, yeah, but it makes him so mellow. He's just so he's less cranky now. It's like, yeah, I can see that. I think he's about to pass out. Also, thank you so much. Appreciate that follow. Let's we actually had 2 6s on our Gandalf 6 last night. We almost had another one. It flashed, but it's still a 4. It's a solid roll. So thank you so much, Fukur. Appreciate that follow. Oh, wait. Here, let's do this. We'll also want to get some of our greens on this. Boy, oh boy, that is such a mess. Remember, this is fail cast. I think we're talking, what, about 2010 Armored Wolf with the fail cast? Is that when that came out? 2011? Some of the worst substance known to mankind. Well, that's going to be even lighter than I thought it was going to be. Come on, there we go. And we can still go lighter than this, believe it or not. This is not our lightest light. Let me see what we can do down here. Also in here, and then along this edge of the armor. At least that's what I think it is. Hard to tell. He's a bit rough on the sculpting side of things there. Now, let me get my Van Dyke Brown. Let's start getting down some of our reins and such here. Where's my... there's that brown again. Some of the asphaltum, some of the Van Dyke Brown. More of that down here. That whole thing, we'll just make that whole deal darker. Actually, let me just use this brush instead. Blammo. Just hit this stuff, make it darker, real quick like. I guess there's not the second strap there. Let's do this side over here. Now, Blades, that autocorrect monster is a fearsome beast, that's for sure. The dreaded autocorrect monster. So I'm guessing that Painterly Git has already headed off to sleepy buys there. Given the fact that it is 3 in the morning. So, Blades, if you need to get some sleep, no problem. We have ourselves yet another little hobbit. Thank you so much. We appreciate that, Aurorial. Thank you so much. Another one of our new Gandalfs. Fancy meeting you here. Is that like some kind of exercise that you're doing there? He's like, oh man, you have no idea holding this sword out here like this, especially since I'm made out of fail cast. Might break it any second. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Could not resist. Well, again, are we gonna get ourselves a 6 on this baby? Oh, sure enough, did I not call that? Did I not say are we gonna get a 6 on that? All we had to do was bounce it off of that miniature holder there. 1,000 young? I don't think so. They're not the one that did the vehicles, right? I don't think that I've checked that out. Let me get up some of this bluish gray that is going to go here on the feetses of our horse. Now, do I have, or is he in one of the cases? I'm looking around for Elrond on Horsey. I just don't see. I only see our other Elrond here. This one, but I don't see our Elrond on Horseback. I'm not sure where he's hiding. Yeah, I don't. Oh, definitely haven't seen that. Definitely haven't seen that. Now let me take this here. You know, I might actually go with some of our violet there. Because this is the one we were considering maybe doing a bit of freehand on. Just for funsies. Again, this is all oil, so that's all mixing together very nicely. Even though we last hit some of this stuff, oh gosh, probably an hour and a half ago. Or maybe, like 2 hours ago. Okay, so again, we're going to get this, start getting this caught up to where Arwen is here. No, let me get this, some more of our dark in here. Of course, with the oils, sometimes things must be messy before they can be neat. That's in the Book of Wapple, of course. Did that. Where's my... There's some of our ice blue. Or some of our radiant blue. There we go. A little something there, a little something on that horse. A little bit more on that cloak there. Also down here. Now let's try to get some lighter stuff on our horsey. And as always, we are not going to go lightly here. We're going to go strong. We're going to take our blending brush. What are we using as a blending brush here? We're using this thing. Gonna take that stuff, push that around. And yes, it is also going to change up some of the color that's that we just put on here. So we'll do a little bit of this. Then we'll go back to our Arwen and back and forth, so on, so forth, rinse and repeat. Then all of a sudden, Mr. Horsey here is gonna start looking a little bit more like something. So again, we just plop that on there, and then we take this, push that all around. It's a hard to reach area anyways. Why would I want to spend a whole bunch of time on that? Actually, Thousand Young, one of the things, we did the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Well, I found Lord of the Rings themed cats. And I have those files. Actually, that's what I'm going to try and print out tonight into tomorrow. Because I'm pretty sure the prints that I've got going, those will be done after the stream. They're not really the longest prints ever. Actually, I'm printing out some more Hobbit stuff. No. Here, I'll just use you as a blending brush again. Again, dealing with some fail cast here, which means things are going to be rough. Blending brush again. Start getting some lights on our sword. Now maybe on the armor here. Touch more light there. Then we're also going to have to do some stuff on Elrond's face here, such as it is. Yeah, it's really hard to tell what we even have there, the big mess that armor is. We'll lighten up this bit on his shoulder. And the irony is that my a lot of my Lord of the Rings stuff and my Tomb King stuff was cursed to fail cast. Thank you so much, Ratman. Appreciate that. Actually, let me see if I can reach this. I don't know. I don't think it's here. No, I was gonna reach for my Skaven gun, but I don't have my Skaven. Thank you so much for that follow, Ratman. Appreciate that. It's like, so, what you doing up there? It's like, trying to find that idiot son-in-law of mine. Oh, you mean Aragorn? I guess that he screwed up something else again. He's like, what hasn't he screwed up? Thank you so much for that follow, Ratman. Appreciate that. Well, look at it. He is just rolling exceptionally well. See you later, JD. Have yourself a good Sunday. So take care of yourself, JD, and again, hope that everything goes very well today for you. And again, thank you so much for the follows. We appreciate that. Boy, oh boy, that is really, really very, very rough. How's about we welcome in Arid again, wife. Arid, how you doing? Everybody, please give Iridican Wife a follow, and I hope that your stream was very fun. Thank you so much for that follow, Nitro Dynamite. Yeah, let's get to one of our new Gandalfs here on Shadowfax. Oh, look at that, a tale of two white horses. It's like, well, I am kind of the king of horses, you know? It's like, well, what if it was me? It's like, well, no, I'm Shadowfax. What if I am? This is a tricky situation here. Who is which one is Shadowfax? So thank you so much, Nitro. Appreciate that. We have another Gandalf 6 to roll. Hey there, Millie. How you doing? All right, that's a solid roll. That is solid. Now, all of our little hobbits is, well, they love a good little hobbit hole. And we painted a bunch of these on stream. Now we've got all the nice foliage on the roof, but the inside is still very warm and cozy. Look at that. And we did 6 of these guys on stream. Here's another one. This guy That belongs to Bilbo Bananigans. Yeah, that's his house. Again, we did some flowers, foliage, flock, all the good stuff. So again, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, here was our Thursday stream. A little bit of the Tomb Kings, a little bit of object source lighting. I think we did that one about, what, 5.5-ish hours, something like that. Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link, as we like to call it there, that Arid just shared. Oh, Pinstagram, that's it. Thank you so much, Melly. Appreciate that. You shall not pass. It's like, you know what? I'm kind of changing my mind about this whole going off to the west sort of thing. He's like, I like to change my mind about this whole Balrog thing. It's like, that might be a good idea because he looks way tougher than you. Well, that not very nice. What's going to happen to Gandalf here on this big old Gandalf 6? Again, decent roll. That is a decent roll. So thank you so much, Melly. Appreciate that. Tonight, painting Arwen and Elrond. 3 hours ago, well, 2 hours, 51 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. So again, we appreciate the raid there, Arid. If you have to go off to shower stuff and everything else, well, that's the usual post-stream ritual. So understand that. Oh, that's going to actually have a little bit of blue in it there. Wow. Which means I can throw it over here. Yeah, I'm going to do a little editing on this. Originally it was more of the brown. I'm going to have it be the blue. Yeah, Arid, I thought so. Here's hoping that you're kind of done with the atmospheric rivers. I think you are, at least for a bit, maybe. So these are all painted with oil paints, whether it's terrain, whether it's these guys, or even our little 1800 scale ships, all painted with the exact same oil paints. Same brushes, same paints, just slightly different subject matter. So Irid, I don't think you're going to be getting in on the big cold wave. Yeah, so I don't think that's going to be happening for you out there. Could change, but I think here is where the epicenter of the Arctic blast will be. Because I know that was kind of messing with your priming, right, Irid? Alright, so yeah, that we've kind of changed that a little bit now. We've got, that's the Indanthryn blue. That is the same stuff that we were using on our big old snake that we just showed you a little bit ago. Actually going to get a little bit of that on here. Let me get some more of that Indanthryn blue. There we go. And then we'll lighten that up a little. There. So yeah, Irid, well, let's see. It could be single digits here, which means probably minus 10 or so Celsius, something like that. Oh, thanks, Melly. Appreciate that. So yeah, last night's stream, we were having some fun doing the, well, white on white. You can see lots of different colors in that white, and of course we also did a little bit of the glowy stuff on his stick right there. So we had to have warm colors here to kind of contrast with all the cooler colors that we had where the staff is kind of shining down. That's Not quite the same as some of our lightsaber action, but it's sort of is. And doesn't matter what the. Where's our red one? Here it is. Yeah, there we go. So we like to call this the Object Source Lighting channel for sure. Also, Lord of the Rings channel. It's also a Song of Ice and Fire channel, cuisine channel, an exercise channel, a freehand channel. We'll see in a little bit there, Arid. And again, everybody please give Arid Again Wave a follow if you could. Give me some of this. Wait here into our flesh tone. Just trying to lighten that up a little bit more. Also over there. Maybe a little touch up there on the hair, up here. There we go. Yes, we have novelty breakfast cereals, novelty waffles. Very big into air fryers and slow cookers. That's for sure. All about them air fryers and slow cookers. That's also it's also a sports network. Look at, we got the graphic right there, the Wappleville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. And we cover everything. College football, Aussie rules football, cricket, sumo. Yes, we have on the field and sideline reporters for all of the sports. We were getting the live report from Rico's mom on the test match that was happening on the Thursday stream into Friday. So yep, Elite, he's also our NFL reporter. So he covers the NFL for us and also sumo. I used to be able to see more of that myself when I watched NHK World. And I also used to keep track of Japanese baseball. But yep, Elite would always give us the lowdown, the latest on sumo. Okay, now, you know, I might even, because I need to see, just like we did here, right? When we put our not blackest black on there, it really made a difference with what we could see on the edge of that. So here it is. Good, I still got my water sitting over there. Yeah, CC, there was one point where, and of course the Japanese baseball, some of those stadiums they play, oh my gosh, that is that's some rough ground that people are playing on there. That is some rough ground. Of course, we also used to get Korean TV, and I know I had a couple of my favorite shows that was fun. I guess that was a Roku. No, Crunchyroll. That's it. Crunchyroll is where you can, I think, see some of that. Yep, Melly from Chicago. And of course, Aussie Rules Football. We cover that. Obviously, we're looking forward to a new expansion team. That's going to be a team down in Hobart. Yes, that'll be the Tasmanian Devils. And of course, Elite is going to help cover the new team. I wonder what their team song is going to be. So hello there, Millie. Again, appreciate you coming in on the raid there with Arid. Thank you so much, and thank you for the follow too. That is appreciated. Oh, Emperor Wangoon. That was it was from basically a historical Korean drama. And I think it was about what was supposed to take place in the 1100s or 1200s or something like that. Well, Chisa 2, I really do love Aussie rules football. Really do love it. Play on. Yes, indeed. Play on. Doesn't matter what's going on. Just play on. So Kathy, she picked St. Kilda. I ended up with the Western Bulldogs. All the other folks that we got into the game, now again this has to be at the time. They were more front runners. They went with Hawthorn and West Coast. Again, that's when those teams were more on the ascendancy, or currently it's also Collingwood. Even Carlton, Adelaide, Sydney. Now some of those teams have gone into some hard times there. Well, have a good night there. Chisa, do appreciate you being here. And same thing there, Thousand Young. While you're sleeping, though, always keep one eye open. Always keep one eye open. And of course, we do just so many different things here, right? We've been doing lots of Tomb King stuff. We will, I promise, get back to our Bretonians. I have a bunch of this stuff. Actually, maybe that's something I can prep during that show tomorrow, while we're doing that. Well, essentially like a podcast. Oh, and heck, might even have to prep some more of my Tomb Kings. I gotta print up more of these. I think we did 8 of the 9. Ushabti. Well, Millie, I hope that you have some fun stuff that you can also put into that coffee. Oh, was it the rum chata? I like that in the hot chocolate, yes. But we're talking about putting that in the cereal. But yes, rum chata also is very good in hot chocolate. There is actually a Christmas version of it, so it's kind of like a peppermint rum chata. So yeah, that is also pretty tasty. So see you later there, Thousand Young. Appreciate you being here, of course. Throw a little bit of that onto the cloth over here. Just to, again, we're using oil paints, traditional oil paints right out of the tube. We'll just let that have more of a chance to set over there. Oh, well, that sounds tasty there. Yes, we like to discuss various air fryer recipes, slow cooker recipes. We'll be getting back into our holiday cookies again. We did some Halloween cookies, but now soon it will be time to do Christmas cookies again. Well, and it'll also be time for some ornaments. I think actually this Thursday we'll probably getting back into some of our ornaments. Oh, that's right, it's Thanksgiving. Yes, I think our first stream after or during Thanksgiving has to be ornaments. Although it might be actually one of these. Let me see. Here we go. Yes, I think it's going to be one of these because I know where these are, and I have a whole bunch of them nearby. So I think it's going to be one of those on our Thanksgiving stream because we want to get into the holidays the right way. So I think that would be very fun. Thanks, Millie. And if you want to see some of those being painted, all of the streams here are saved as they're all saved as highlights. So if you would like to see some of the planetary stuff being painted, you just have to go back to last November, December in the highlights there. And obviously it's I can't do playlists, but everything's got a thumbnail. I make special thumbnails for every session, every video. So yeah, just head back to last December/November, and you'll see all kinds of fun ornaments. And I think now I actually get the chance to put a few of those on my tree. I still want a tree entirely all with different planets, moons, different objects on it. And what's nice, those the little ornament balls that I'm using, they're relatively sturdy. Yeah, I mean, if you step on it, it's probably not going to be good for it, but they're definitely not like the glass globes that are going to break very easily. So, yep, you can go check those out, and I do think that's what we're going to have to do on our Thanksgiving stream. I will try to be streaming on Thanksgiving. Hey there, Cuthbert. How you doing? Yeah, Cuthbert. I just hit him with the darker Steino res. So Cuthbert, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. So Cuthbert, hopefully you've had a decent run of painting here of late. Great to see you here, of course, as always. I'm gonna try and maybe get back to some of the later stuff here on our Arwen. And again, let's see. 3 hours, 6 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. Getting some of the fast matte white into some of this here green. I think we've gotten the lightest stuff we can do on the plants. And a little touch later. Like you do there. Where's my blending brush? Here we go. We'll use this. We'll use that. Some of these rocks here. That didn't quite go where we wanted it to. We're just gonna, look at that. It's like we have an eraser. And we'll be painting those with the oil paints too, just like we're doing now. Same paints. Except we'll be painting some ornaments. And this year I do want to, there's a couple of things, let's see, Callisto, Ganymede. We haven't had a chance to paint those yet. I think we'll have to do another Io because that's kind of a classic. Now, and of course, every New Year's Eve, that's when we do plan. Oh, that was the thing I wanted to do. Yes, paint Middle Earth as a globe. You know, like with actual kind of realistic colorings. I wish that I could find that picture. It was on my old phone. It was actually the screensaver on my old phone. And it was basically Middle Earth as seen from space. So we'll have to, maybe that's one we'll have to do on our Thanksgiving stream. And we'll have to see who recognizes it. Now, of course, on here we're going to be adding some of our flock and foliage there too, so we don't want to go too bonkers on the base. Again, still very glad I got my tan in. I'm going to try actually darken this down a bit more. Mars Yellow Deep and some of the brown ochre. That is that supercharged burnt umber, basically. That's from Gamlin. That's the, I said rare earth. That's the reclaimed earth tone. basically made from oxides. Basically a slag heap from an old mine, and they take all that and they refine it, and they actually make paint out of slag. So and that they I think the paint factory is right there on site where all of the slag is. Ooh, that's gonna be way too much of the asphalt. Okay, we took some of that away. Oh, good thing, good thing. That would have been too much. Let me take some of this, and now the other thing we're starting to realize is that, again, that's one of those reclaimed earth colors. That brown ochre works very well. Let's say you want to do some weathering on some tiles there. Works very well for that. Oh, and by the way, we were painting these yesterday. Do you see any paint on my fingers? Did I not say that these were probably going to be dry? And we're talking less than 24 hours ago. I was still painting those at 5 o'clock this morning, and it's 2:30 now. So it has not even been 24 hours. That needs a little something lighter. Also, perhaps some of our greenish gray in this. Because that's bark on the outside, and this is just wood on the inside here. Maybe we'll actually use some of our flesh tone color there. Come on. Let's go this way with it. Hey there, Majar. How you doing? So happy Sunday, Majar. I hope that you're doing very well. It was it was pretty wild and crazy painting the much more mellow version of Shadowfax here. Super fun. Get lots of white that's not white. So yeah, I believe so, Majar. I do believe so. Let me darken this up here. No, too much paint on that brush. Here, let me get the. Oh, it was the wrong brush. That's why. Well, Enzibo, Majar, sorry, you know how much we love. This is the cavalry channel, right? We love our horses here. And of course, Enzibo, you know that. Sorry, Majar. I only ever rode a bike 3 times in my life. I've literally ridden horses more in one day than I have ridden bikes in my entire life. That's how we roll. Let me get this dark over there. Okay, there we go. Now let me see what we can do here with our Elrond. Just trying to salvage some of this here because it is super rough. Yeah, this is your good old-fashioned fail cast right here. Now I think our paint has set, which means we should have that much more adhesion here. Try and lighten this up around his snoot there with our blending brush also at the ready. There we go. Some more light in there. And yes, we can really power in some lights here. Then take our blending brush, shift those around, soften edges. No problem there, Mijar. Hopefully, well, actually, here's hoping that your last few days were much better. Oh gosh, was that your Monday there that had way too much Monday in it? Yeah, I know that was not a super fun day for you there. So hopefully things have gone a whole lot better since. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get. Yeah, we need a little something over there. And then we were also pondering some free hands. Is that all part of his cloak? It's hard to tell. We'll start out this way. We shall start out this way and see where this is going to take us here. Let's also get that out of the way.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much, Solar. Appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf does as well. Thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. Okay, so exactly how many of there are you? It's like, I don't know. There's like 10 Gandalf the Greys. There's like 14 Gandalf the Whites now. It's like, yeah, and you all smell funky. Stop bringing those Stop bringing your freaky friends around here, man. I'm telling you, it's a bad influence. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Where's our big Gandalf 6 here? We actually had 2 of these so far, I think. Wow, he is just rolling super well. Lots of 4s and 5s, a couple of 6s there. Yeah, Mijar, I do, again, I hope that you catch yourself a break there. That you catch a break and maybe things start going more the way you would like them. I think some of the Perline red, some of the violet here. And we're going to try and just pop in a little quick dark in here while I'm thinking about it. Some of it there. A little bit of that on his face here too. So it's not quite so light. Now let's get back to a little bit of freehand over here. Yeah, we're just sketching out something here. Let's see what we can. Oh, you know what? Before I forget, that is actually supposed to be his hair. Let's do that while we can here. Okay, that is actually very helpful, doing that. Something that's going to have some knot work to it, I think. But also something that should have lots of flair. Let's do something here. And maybe, yeah, maybe we'll have it go. No, let's do this. Let's just take some of that away. We're just kind of sketching some stuff out here and seeing what sticks. No idea how it's going to turn out. But we're just going to try some stuff here and see what happens. Again, no idea what it is we really want here. We're just going to do a bunch of different things. This part, we can just have all kinds of stuff going around because it's all lots of changes of direction here with all the folds. Get some more of that up here now. How much? It's been it's sometimes a little bit on the frustrating side because all of those new filming and areas and such. The cameras that I tried to use there, they didn't quite work the way we thought they were going to, which means that that has been delayed far more than we wanted it to be. I thought I was going to be able to be filming some of my YouTube videos on like the different armies and the terrain, although we are getting the terrain painted, so that is a plus. Also, we haven't been able to do any of the work on the house, like the kitchen floor, so that is another area of frustration because that was something that was supposed to be done last year, but the car theft unfortunately changed that metric. Never was able to get back on track with it after that. Now again, there's a whole lot of the thinner on here, so we might just let some of this have a chance to set before we mess around with it again. Let me see if I can put some that's a little bit lighter here.
So say we all. So say we all.
Thank you so much, Ebikar. 5 months worth. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That is super helpful. And again, Ebikar, you did get a chance to post your stuff in the chat there, right, earlier? I think you did. And hopefully I think folks had a chance to see it, right? Yeah, let's get rid of that. So that has been one of the fun things is not to just get the terrain printed up, but actually be able to paint it up, especially on stream. Because there's so much of it, it'll definitely have to be painted on stream. There's no other way we're going to get all that stuff ready to go otherwise. That's good, Ebikar. I thought so, but well, like I've been saying, the brain has not been functioning the way we'd like it to. So I was trying to do some little simple designs here again, nothing complicated or anything. You know what? Let me let's just work in some other areas while that has a chance to set there. Some of that perline red. Is this going to be light enough? I think so. It's good. It also has a little bit more oomph to it. That is a highly technical painting term right there. Maybe a little bit more of that over here too. And then on the saddle here, I might also try to do something a bit different. Maybe also with the blue. Just a little hint of it there, maybe. And a little hint of it down there. Skin tone, skin tone, skin tone. I tell you, this that pearline yellow or pearline orange. Or, no, sorry, that's the pure orange. That is a very interesting color. That dries much faster than I would expect it to. That's maybe too much of our orange. Let me get some of that blue in there. Again, just kind of fighting with some of the fail cast aspects here. Now let me see if we can make that much lighter. Also get some of our red into that. And we'll just, let me use some of this on the end of his cloak here. Bit more of it up there. Yep, get this side too. Let me darken this around the eyes and then we'll try and come back to those. Here, we'll darken that down. See if we can actually put some teeths in there too. Along there. And down there. Nah, that was too much there. Guess we'll just use this as a blending brush there. Oh, that's right. I see there's multiple air bubbles on the face, which makes that kind of tricky. Now, maybe I'm going to try and do a little something. I think that this maybe has had a chance to set here. Let me see what I can do on this little pattern over here. I get nothing crazy, just a little simple pattern here. Nice and easy. Sure we have the lightest part there though, where the, yep, there. Let's get another little part of our pattern down here, I think. Yep, we need more of that over here. Now I'm going to go back to some of the darker version of this here, because that is more in the shadow. I might actually need a little bit more thinner on there. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa when it comes to the oils, of course. So that area that was once super, super wet is obviously not wet anymore. We had to give it those few minutes just to have a chance, as we call it, set. So it's so like bread in the proving drawer, or if you're doing pottery, right? You don't take that pot you just did and chuck it into the kiln so that it's gonna crack or explode. No, you actually let that probably sit there and basically dry overnight. this again here. Okay, so just a quickie little freehand pattern, nothing fancy here. And again, where you can see it, we try and throw a little bit of the design on there. Where you can't, we just kind of indicate something is there. You know what, that needs to be solidified a little bit more. I can also then take the blue and well, essentially erase some of this. Here, let's take some of this. It's a little too much. We need, there we need more of the, that's more, not indigo, but the Payne's Gray. Now we'll try to get some of the lighter blue on that. So we'll take this and the Payne's Gray together. That'll just go here. Yep. Gotta fill that in too. We never did anything down here on this portion, so we'll just get some of our blue in here. And let's do some more freehand over on this side. Because reasons. And again, the same thing. Just kind of indicate that there's this this pattern that works its way through it. Then we find some of the lighter areas on these raised portions. Super quick, super easy. Man, that should be later too. Let me do what I can on the armor over here. We'll try and see if we can make some part of the skin lighter here. I should probably get some more of my fast matte white out here. That's going to be the stuff from Gamlin again, right here. That's this. Also, while we're at it, we're going to take some of our ice blue, a little bit of the asphaltum here. Oh, there's a whole nother plant. Oh, there's a whole set of plants down there. Forgot all about those. Let's do that as well. Almost forgot about those guys. More of the ice blue. Some of that yellow, some of the green. We'll just hit these guys then if that's what we need to do. Then we're gonna come back with we're gonna come out with some darker glaze on that stuff down here. Let that set. Go back to our Arwen. That's what we always recommend. I mean, if you got like a really large figure, or maybe something like this, you're working on one portion of it, you make sure you're rotating around, not staying in one portion of it for too long. You want to be finding again, the new areas to work on, not hammering away at the same spot over and over and over. I think his other ear is there. His upper lip, if I can at least do something there. And the chin, basically not there. It's just a, it's just an ear bubble. Same with his nose. Okay, so we'll just set him to the side, and now let's get back to our Arwen here. I'll put a little bit of this on our stump here. That's sort of in shadow, so don't want to do too much on that bottom over there. I want to get a little bit of this on the horsey. Just again, another little color here to make sure that it's not just all white or even tan. That needs to carry down here. I think we do need to get a little bit of mid-tone or something. Let me take this. There it is. Just look at this brown here. Yep, because we have it sort of over there, but we didn't have it on this side. There we are. We even have a little bit of our blue in that. So now there's a little more shape on that part of the horse's face. Excellent, that's what we were looking for. Maybe try to get a little more light on the underside there of the shading of that mane. Like, so remember, for posting the link to the YouTube channel. We posted the painting of the lumberjack hobbit hole to the YouTube channel. I think it was yesterday. Put this down here. You know what? I might do a little bit of that. That's that kind of grayish blue down here on the horse's legs. I'm going to take the blending brush to these two. Where's my blending brush? There we are. And okay, we've got our a little something on the horse's hooves there. We got to do this one. And that mane, I'm going to just hit it with some of our Van Dyke brown here so that it separates from the violet cloak. And now we'll get into some of our bluish gray to get a bit of a mid-tone on there. You know what, some of the green maybe. Yes, we're going back to the radiant green again. Now we were going to do a quick little glaze on this, something darker here. Let me just try some of this on the base super quick here. just to get some dark into those areas. Again, it's going to be very much a pin line wash. Remember, oils, the capillary action of oils is just exponentially greater than anything any acrylic is going to have. It's just kind of a fact of life there. It is orders of magnitude greater. It's the nature of the beast. Alright, we did that super quick. Now I want to take this brush here. Where's my perlene black? And we'll do a similar thing here. That's a dark green that's not actually black. We'll just drop that again on those plants over there. Also on our bog myrtle bushes up here. These are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. We use these all the time. Let's see, Zabavka, Make It Epic Basing, Goon Master Games. Those are the basing bits we use the most. There's other ones that I've started to get more and more as I need some specialty things. Get some of that down in here again. So I'll set him aside so that stuff has a chance to, again, to set. Won't take long. Remember, there was a point where this was all just a glaze type of thing, and oh my gosh, there was, it looked very shiny and nasty and everything. We just needed to give it a chance to set is all. Now we're going a little bit more with the Dioxazine Violet. Not quite straight up. There's still some of our lighter color in that. It's making it a teensy bit opaque. This is not a full-on pin line wash here. It's relatively thin. Oh, and by the way, we're just using the high-quality odorless thinner. This the main brand, Speedball Mona Lisa. That's kind of the more specific, and we're not using very much of it. Look at this. It's a water bottle cap, because we're not using thinner to clean the brushes. No, we're using the Winsor Newton brush cleaner here. And oh, look at that, it works for acrylics. Also not hazardous, no vapors. So look at that. I know that's a concern some folks will have, and I always try to say, look, you can really not have to deal with any of that kind of stuff. Again, the high quality odorless thinner, not the cheap nasty stuff. You do not have to use a bunch of it. Since you don't have much of it out there, you're not really going to be smelling very much. I think some folks, they just kind of figure there's going to be a giant vat of it there. Kind of like as if you were doing acrylics. Well, no, there's not going to be a big thing of water. Just a tiny bit of that thinner. That's all you really need. Now, making sure there's... Okay, good. All the paint's out of that brush. Alright. Do this too. Yeah. So what I'm doing is just softening some of those edges. That's it. Just softening up some edges. Where did my... here's my brush again. Back to the Dioxazine Violet. Little touch darker in there. Let's. Do we want to? I might hit the bog myrtle flowers here with our pearline red again. Pearline red, pearline red. With maybe also a touch of our violet in there. And that is going to basically be almost like a pin line wash there. Let that just flow into all the crevices. Okay, yeah, that definitely needed that. Alright, we're gonna set you aside. That is looking way less shiny there, which is fantastic. So we're gonna get some more light on our horsey here, as much as we can anyway. This leg over here. What's going on with this up here? And is there any of his nose down or any of his... oh, okay, so there is actually a mouth there. Oh, look, his tongue is hanging out. They certainly didn't sculpt enough horses with their tongues hanging out. So pretty much kind of using the same, that same color all the way through. That's how the oils are so advantageous, because we're just going to take this here blending brush, and all of a sudden the same color we were using to highlight the horsey looks a little bit different now as we use it on this kind of burgundy type color here. Is that? Just hit this here again with some more of our light. And, oh yeah, let me do this. Corners of that armor. Try and get some more light on his skin there if I can. What is happening with this mess up here? Let's see what we can do with that. And I think that's supposed to be his hand. It's hard to tell. Again, this is a brutal fail cast here. When you're painting 3D printed stuff and then you go to this, wow, that is quite the shocking difference. A little more light on our horse's face there. Maybe a little bit more on the fur down in here. I don't think, we never did get our darkest dark in this. So let's take this here brush and use some of our really heavy duty darks here on that tail. More of it out here. And see, we can even let that blend. That's the advantage of the oils, right? Where our dry brush is not really a dry brush because we can still mix with that. And then here with our glaze, we can mix with some of that lighter sort of dry brush-ish color there. So Irid, I hope that the dogs are satisfied with the stroll. I gotta looking forward to doing the shower thing myself here after the stream. Almost tempted to try and make myself some chow for tomorrow after the stream. Ah, yeah, Irid, oh boy, only imagine. It sounds very delightful. Okay, let me turn it around this way. And this is where we can really get into some of our light stuff here. Now, Landrast, I need to get the Super HD camera with the ultra close-ups for those. Because you want all the details on that. You don't want anything fuzzy there. Yeah, you'll get the super detail, the 800 megapixel camera version. Trying to add a little bit of almost like thorn type stuff to some of this pattern here. Well, it's just it's all that steam, right? Landrast. Clearly, that's what it is. And I'm gonna actually maybe do that along here too. Well, we'll have to come back with our dark there because, well, again, the fail cast edge has failed us there. More that light along the edge there. And I think, let me take some of this green, like we've been doing on some of the other rains and such. Never really did that here either. Try that some more. Again, the radiant green. Yeah, that content is definitely for the OnlyFans. And that's for premium users only. Let me get a bit of the green. Yes, we're putting some green highlights in the hair. Because why not? Why not? Let me get some of my radiant green into this. And we're also going to have to try and get some of our lighter stuff on the, or some of the red on these flowers here. I'm going to do the green first, and then we're going to hit the flowers on this. with some of their glaze of perline red. Because reasons. Actually, that Landrest, I think it's been a little while since the RPG stuff happened, right? Because it was just, weren't able to wrangle everybody there. Wasn't enough players to do that. I think, how many hours did that one game of, was it the substitute game there that you do? All I know is that it went way longer than what you were expecting it to. Catching again some of the light there on that fern. Gotta get these guys. Here. So yes, keep in mind on our next stream on Monday, we will be doing some more of our 1/1800 scale ships. Whole big batch of cruisers. All right, let me get this too. Like so. I think actually I'll be prepping some of those probably tomorrow during the Council of Miniature Painters. Now we'll get this brush here. That same perline red, maybe a touch of the violet too. And we got a couple of these here, one there. Not, oh, and a couple of them over here. There's a bunch of them on this bush. I think it's the largest one of the set. Oh, wow, there's a bunch of them. There's another 3 of them over there. Okay, I think that covers all of those. Now I get back to this over here. Maybe even a little bit darker with the Dio violet there, and a little bit of our Payne's gray. For some of these, I think I want it even darker down in here. Always have a blending brush at the ready. I think this will work. I gotta get that whatever's on that brush out of there. Let me find a paper towel here real quick. There's one. Now we've gotten rid of some of those edges. Oh yeah, we still have a reasonable amount of our dark sitting over here, down in there. Blending brush, there you are. Couple of sneaky bit of dark in here. Yeah, now this is starting to look lighter. Could only make that, or not much more I could do there. It would end up being like a white, so we don't want that. Pretty dark there. Pretty dark over here. Along the bottom edge of that hood there. Let's grab this. Touch more of our dark up there too. Little more on that fold. Where'd that blending brush go again? There it is. I think under the elbow, right, there's another. That's pretty dark. You know, a couple. Yeah, let's sharpen up a couple of these folds. Also, there is a piece of fuzz here. There we go. Excelente. A bit dark on that shoulder up there, and then here, let's grab that darker violet again. A little bit under there. Sure enough. Okay. Horse's eyes. I got some of my fast mat. I'm gonna try and get some just straight up white here on parts of the horsey, which we don't really have. Again, breaking down that fast mat white. I think I don't know when's the last time we were really doing applications on the horsey over here. It was a while ago, so that should be pretty well set. Yeah, that makes a big difference because it's very easy to get that pigment on there. A little touch of the light in the horse's eye. Back up here again. Here, a little bit of light under here. Make it just a little lighter there. Find a little more light on the knee. No, nothing more on those rocks. Not with this anyway. Let me see if I can get back to that much lighter skin tone on just the knuckles here. That's about all you can see of the hands. I think we should have at least a little something there. Back to that blending brush. Make that even lighter, I think. Here. And I might need to come back with my my dark to cut back the fingers a little bit here, because they're kind of flowing into the robe. Let me try that here real quick. We'll use, I don't know, this stuff. Hopefully it's also not too thin. Do that on this sleeve too. And then back with the fast mat void again here. Right over the, now that went back down into that little crevice there. There was a little too much thinner in that. That happens sometimes. No problem. Maybe we can get that worked out. Ooh, let me get that up here a little further. Also over here. So that is a little bit lighter than what we've got on the cloak. Let's make this edge a little lighter. Also this one. Nope, gotta go back to this stuff. I don't want it to look like our Tomb King's horses, so too skeletal. I mean, this is very, again, very, very, very dainty. Uh, Ironically, the horse's head kind of reminds me almost of, say, the Medbury horses. But we'll try to print this up larger, maybe not 1/12 scale or whatever, but maybe even 72 mil. That's, I wonder if I already did. I'm not sure. I didn't think that I did, but maybe I actually have tried to print this up larger. There's also the Arwen on foot. Now I tried doing that in 28 mil scale. Let's put it this way: the sword just vaporized. Yeah, then I mean, it literally just disappeared in the printing process. There was something there. It was not salvageable once it was taken off of the build plate. So it ended up being an unarmed Arwen. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit more of this light over here again, because there's really nothing that should be casting a shadow on that. So it kind of should be a little lighter in there. And remember, this is not the only thing we've been working on. We've working on two things, including the free hands there on Elrond. Yeah, Era, those little bits of the PLA stuff. I mean, printing up those dwarf things. There's all these little teensy tiny support things, and those all end up on the floor. And whether I've got shoes on or no shoes, either way, it's gonna be some form of pain involved, because I'm either stepping on them like a Lego, or I step on them with the shoe and they crunch underneath me, or I end up slipping on them. It's not like banana, like marbles. Yeah, it's either the Lego effect with no shoes or the marble effect with shoes. Tons of tiny little bits of PLA. I'm finding was that the extrusion, the calibration extrusions, those little. I'm finding those all over the house. I swear I practically found one of them in my food the other day. Those things are getting everywhere since, well, I'm generally printing out anywhere between 2 to 4 or even 5 build plates per day, 7 days a week. And every single one of those has the calibration extrusion bits going on. Here again, a little bit of the tan right in there. I'm just trying to tint that last. See, a little bit different. I wasn't about making it really darker. Yeah, Era, these are much more ragged. They tend to be either taken off with a like one of my wood carving tools, or they're even just ripped off with a like a snips from that you would use on miniatures to get them off of sprues. And they just get everything. I did a whole cleaning of that area down there by the printer, and yet now it's completely buried in tons of little tiny bits and pieces of tree supports. Ah, man, I mean, they're just literally everywhere. Let me see here. Taking that little bit of our tan in there. Geez, Eric, I keep forgetting to look for those that one, especially that one mug where the dragon's kind of wrapped around it. It just your one dice tower that you've been talking, and that's the super complicated one that just always gets me thinking about that one mug there. Well, actually, the company did I think 2 or 3 other ones that were really, really, really nifty looking, and I just really want to try and print those out. So again, I'm glad I was able to kind of get this little bit of amber type color in there to really contrast with the robe and some of the other stuff that's going on there. This, let me get back to my sort of greenish gray color here on the there. I mean, you really can't see much of anything down inside on the horse here. Uh, 1 second. Let me check something real quick here. No big deal. Something just fell over, and I'm like, what in the world is that? Oh, that's why that fell over. Now I think I understand why, because I was putting up the Christmas decorations in that area. Now over here, let me see if I can separate this brooch a little bit more here from the rest of it. Just a teensy bit of dark there. And a little more separation there. Yeah, that's better. Well, even the reins. Yeah, the reins didn't want to really stay attached to the figure either. Again, because it was all just kind of super small. And this is definitely kind of designed to be printed out much, much bigger. You know what, there's a little bit, I think that edge there, we can make that darker too. Yep. I think I might just hit that whole Yeah, let that whole rain be darker over there. Let's maybe try and put a little light on it out here. Tiny bit more. And then maybe leave that. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? So yeah, land trust. What got me a little bit curious about that is it's basically right by the front door. So essentially, this thing, basically what happened is it fell over and it hit the front door. Everybody, please give Pascal rules a follow. And of course, Pascal, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know you got lots of fabulous stuff you can share. So last night, while we were doing some, I guess an exercise in painting white. There you go. A couple of Gandalfs. Did those on the last stream. Yeah, Landrast. I don't know if the brush kind of went like that, but that was loud enough to. And if you could hear it, then that means it was a bit boisterous then. And of course, here is another one of our sneaky snakes from Titan Forge. Very fun. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared, and please give Pascal a follow. I don't know if you'll be streaming later today there, Pascal, but we did 6 of these hobbit holes on stream, and now we've got all the grass on them, and of course they're very cozy on the inside, as a hobbit hole should be. Yeah, Landress, that's kind of, I mean, it was that level of loud. We did half a dozen of them, actually. This is another one that we did, and I did a tutorial video on the Patreon page with all of the flock and foliage and putting the grass on there. There's actually more on the way, Pascal. I've got 3 more printed of the kind of smaller variety, but then I also have the gigantic Hobbit Tavern, which is probably bigger than all 6 of those Hobbit holes combined. So there's a yes, Hobbiton is Hobbitopolis. That's it. I think that's what we were going to be calling it. It's Hobbitopolis. Is that the right? I think that is the right one. So we painted up 6 of those on stream. Very fun. I've got a whole bunch more hobbits is printed out. I think that's another thing that I'll try to get prepped maybe and ready to go while we're doing that thing tomorrow. Yeah, I think this is the right one. Yeah, it's the right one. Why is this getting beat up in a hurry? Pascal, do you have any? I don't think there's any shows or whatever miniature contests that you're going to be going to for a while, right? I don't think there's a whole bunch of those over, say, the holiday season. See if I can get a little light over there too. Maybe get a touch more light on the top of the head there, I guess. See if I can't get a little bit lighter on the cheek here too. Yeah, I didn't think there would be too many things going on right now. So, oh, that what fell over, actually, that was the volleyball net. Well, you could use it for volleyball, badminton, tennis. What's that other thing? Oh, is it pickleball or whatever that's called? Needless to say, it's got about 17 feet of metal poles in it. And yeah, when that hit the door, it wasn't just the sound that it made, Landrast. I mean, it actually felt like something moved. That sounds like that sounds could be very interesting there, Pascal. Now, would you be doing a new project for that, or is that something that you could kind of take some of your current pieces to? So MSS was last weekend. More of our light there, and then maybe a little bit up here. But I'm also, again, going to be putting some of our flock and foliage in there, just like what we did on the Hobbit houses. No, I'm not going to mess with that anymore. Don't want to mess with that too much. I am going to try and, I think, take some of my darker green on some of these leaves here. Okay, that's the Perline Black. Maybe a little bit of the Asphaltum together. And, where's it? Monstera. Something like these are Monstera leaves here. That's what they probably are, because originally this is not meant for this figure. It was one of those, one of the Amazons on a horseback. Give me a little bit more of that brown into our, again, it's Pearly Black, which is a dark green. Now, Pascal, actually, have you been able to kind of keep going with the 3D printing? Hopefully you have been, and the multiple glove idea also helped keep some of the resin at bay. I've got more Hobbit stuff printing right now. Then we're gonna start. Oh, we gotta get those Lord of the Rings. Oh, you never saw these. We painted these up on Kathy's birthday. So these were the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, because obviously Kathy did the gummy bear painting contest at ReaperCon, and they still do that to this day. And of course, those were made from these AI images. So there's Sauron, or I think we call them Sourgum, and there's Gumdolf and Gumli, and we also have Treegum and Legolas. Hey there, Aratu. Welcome back. Great to see you again. So, Aratu, we had ourselves a spectacular college football Saturday here. There was chaos everywhere, panic in the streets, as one program after another had their dreams dashed for a college playoff. That's how we like it. You know what? Maybe we. No, let me do this first. Do this. So maybe not the darkest violet, but somewhere in between. That's gonna go there, and another shit run right there. Another one there. Well, Arathu, sometimes there are literal chaos in the streets because they rip down the goalposts and then they try to carry those out of the stadium. And apparently, if there is a nearby river, they want to take the goalpost and they want to chuck it in the river. And by goalpost, we're not talking about like a soccer net there where it's just like, okay, it's maybe 7 or 8 feet high, that's it. No, we're talking about set of two poles that are about 50 feet high. So that's a couple of 100 feet of very heavy metal poles that people are carrying around. How people are not smushed by those goalposts. I mean, there's been so many goalpost teardowns over the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So Rathu, that's when you have games like today, where you have teams that are not supposed to win, or they haven't won in maybe years, or it's a rivalry game. So like today in Auburn, they took down one of the top teams in the country, and their season this is their season. This one game was their season. Everything else went so horribly wrong that essentially all the games they never got to celebrate, sometimes over many years. Rather, just think of it this way, like a hockey team or a soccer team that always loses to the same team every year, over and over again. Well, now there's more and more of those teams that are managing to win those games. And basically, they storm the field. And since we're talking about, 105,000 people that are storming the field, well, there's enough bodies there to get some work done. So yes, there were at least 3 goalpost teardowns today. The problem is that 2 of them happened early. The game wasn't over yet. So not only did they have to kick tens of thousands of people off the field, but then they had to reconstruct the goalposts. It's a bit of a unique thing to college football. Let's put it that way. So this is college football here at Rathu. So some of these teams have been playing each other since the 1800s. And by 1800s, I mean like 140 years ago. The other thing you have to consider, Arathu, is that there's some team. Okay, like so, let's say Kansas. Their football team generally is getting clubbed by everybody else. Their basketball team wins national championships like every 3 or 4 years. So some schools are considered basketball schools, some schools are considered hockey schools, football schools. Like University of Kentucky, big time basketball program. Their football team is meh. North Carolina, same thing. But yeah, your Vanderbilts of the world, usually they're getting hammered on a regular basis by Georgia, Alabama. So this year, when they actually managed to beat those guys, those goalposts came down and they ended up in the Tennessee River. I'm going to see if I can get a little bit more dirt on that upper lip there. Boy, it's going to be a challenge. That is going to be a big time challenge. Let me see if we can do this here. And of course, Sarathu here, your school program on. It's a little bit less the case now, but it's basically a regional thing. Now, until very, very recently, if you were in the Atlantic Coast Conference, you were not going to be playing, say, I don't know, Stanford on a regular basis. Because imagine, Rathu, you're somebody from Portugal, like Lisbon, playing somebody from, well, Oslo on a regular basis? No, not that. More like, say, Helsinki. Yeah. Rathu, the college universe is, it's not the pros. It's a very different universe. It's a kind of a tradition, actually, Arathu. Believe it or not, it is a tradition. I've seen that happen many, 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 many times over the years. And any university would gladly pay out. I mean, their endowment would probably cover any fines if there were such things. Because these football programs, they bring in multi-million-dollar revenues, and that's just a football program. Let's do a little bit more of this here. Now it doesn't happen every game. It didn't used to happen this often because you didn't have this many upsets. But in this new era of college football, well, the unlikely is far more likely. And believe me, Arathu, these universities they can certainly afford another pair of goalposts. They have sports complexes that would make any professional arena in Europe look like something out of a grammar school. I would imagine that a lot of the football training facilities are more advanced than NFL ones. Again, we want to have some of the bones there, but we don't want to make it look like one of our mummified horses here. Yeah, I mean, not looking quite to do that. And of course, there's our shadow facts from last night. So two very different horses at the same colors. Be really interesting if we did do this in 75 mil. I might have actually printed that out in 75 already. I don't think so. So yeah, Rather, there's several college stadiums that are celebrating their 100th year of operation. I know at Oklahoma, Texas, I think Tennessee. There's at least about a dozen college stadiums that are celebrating a 100-year anniversary. They're not quite in their original configurations anymore. No, that's going to be way too light there. Way too light. Hopefully it's not too much thinner. Actually, I'm just going to preemptively take some more of the thinner out of there, because we need a little bit of a horseshoe right there. A little bit of a horseshoe. Now, Rather, you guys are still doing your... No, you're not doing Baldur's Gate 3. Getting mixed up with the folks in the chat. There was at least 3 people in the chat last night that were playing Baldur's Gate. And of course, Rottweiler and their crew, they've been doing lots of Elheim. Teensy bit of light way back there. Just need a little something to indicate that. One second here, I'm There we go. My foot was wrapped up in the cord for my mic. Nah, Rottweiler's still playing some Valheim there, maybe. Now, Rottweiler, I guess have they done any new? The last time they did a new biome or something, it was some kind of weird. Everything was dark. It was kind of like these mistlands. I don't, was that what it was called? The mistlands or something? Actually, Falls Gamer is playing Valheim right now. Well, I'm glad. Glad to see that Valheim is still going strong. Let's see, and then let's see. Is Banco back in the Netherlands again, or is Banco still over here? Oh no, there's Ashlands. So Rottweiler, I wonder if you are the reason why Recoil hasn't been streaming so much of late. You're all playing Valheim. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate that. I'm glad you didn't end up with a bunch more snow. We may or may not have some snow here. Again, I think we got a little bit more than even they thought might happen. Again, it was mostly probably lake effect snow. Did we get? We did get our dark in there. Yeah, we're pretty good on the dark with that. Yeah, Tyrannual here. It's finally at least starting to act a little bit more like winter. Here's hoping that we get genuine winter this year. But we'll see how that works up by Kathy's family's house there. If the lake actually freezes over, instead of people having ice houses and they're not allowed to take their vehicles out there. I'll never forget that one time we're out there on the lake, and there weren't just the ice houses out there, but there was practically like ice condominiums. You also had some really, really, really big pickup trucks out on the lake with stoves, with all the augers drilling holes like crazy in the ice. But the last 3-4 years, well, let's put it this way, it's been thin ice. I think there's probably going to be some ice forming on that lake over the next couple of weeks. Now, I want to make sure we keep that little bit of that grayishness there down on the down by the hooves there. I think that's going to be really important to keep that down there. What is happening here? A little more light there. I'm going to take this highlight. back a little bit because it's kind of looking like a weird little shelf right here. So let's just get some gray going here. And we'll do that. There we go. Okay, it's like this weird little line or a shelf there or something. I had to get rid of that. That was weird looking. Okay. So let's say, actually, well, my sister's going to be heading to New York for Thanksgiving with my niece, and they could be having a nor'easter then. If Artemisia was here, Artemisia would be able to give us a little bit more of a report on that. But that there's a outside chance for a bit of a nor'easter over Thanksgiving, I think, or right before that. So there, a little bit of the same green that we would just been working with down here. That's the perline black. A little bit of the asphaltum. To also get some dark down here. We have a whole bunch of light and mid-tone. Not much. No, there we go. I was looking at this going, what's a missing over here? Turns out it was probably that. And we'll get this again. Doing a couple little almost pin line wash type of things here. So again, this Arwen here is 3D printed. I don't think this is from Nerixon. I have to just have to go look and see where this is from. I mean, again, I want to print the larger version of it, so you'll be probably seeing it again. And there's also, again, the version of Arwen on foot, kind of more like Arwen as in Arwen, like the Ranger version of Arwen. You know what? That is going to have to also be a lighter gray. Let me do a little something lighter there, and then maybe one more round on top of that. See how easy it is to make that change with the oils? Just took a few little brush strokes there. Completely changed that around. Very, very different now. And of course, we'll hit the edge of this with our blackest black. We did the not blackest black first. Let's see what we've got here. No, that'll be too close to the green. I'm going to grab a little bit more of that blue there. That's going to work its way in here. We take a blending brush to this. Remember, I don't want this stuff to be too late. I mean, there's a horse standing over it. There should be some shadows there, for sure. Can we get a little bit more of that lighter gray in there? Sure. Maybe a little something on the edge of that stone there. So again, we'll be putting static grass, some phlox, some other things on here once this is dry, which in all reality is going to pretty much be about this time tomorrow, because those Gandalfs we've been showing off, Less than 24 hours ago, I was still painting these, yes, with oils, and basically they're, as you can see, they're dry enough for me to handle. How does that happen? That happens because we're not plopping tons of paint on here, right? How do we start out this? With the dry brushy stuff, then we did glazes over the top, and then what we would do is take a paint, plop it on there, take a blending brush, push it around like what we've been doing down here. That's how we avoid a bazillion layers. Less layers, more better. Hashtag no layers. So that's back to the ice blue. A little bit of the violet in there. This fold here probably should catch a little more light. So should this one maybe. Now I don't want to just have a series of lines here either. We have to make sure that these also form into shapes. Get a bit more of the ice blue. And all of this, it is mixing wet into wet. And if you're going to layer this like acrylics, well, it's probably best to just stick with the acrylics. That's what they're really good for. The whole point of this with the oils is, again, to get that efficiency, the speed, and also, too, to be able to achieve some interesting little, I like to call them color surprises, where you just kind of get some colors to mix together, like literally reds and greens, just mix it together on the miniature, which essentially becomes your palette. Like here, a lot of the colors and the cloak, and especially on the horsey there, those are colors that have just kind of emerged as I let some of that stuff, again, just mix together on its own. Let's see what's, you know what, that, John, I'm going to make that a little lighter here, perhaps. I've still got some of that greenish gray. Yeah, okay. I think we've got our, as dark as we want to go in that. Now, ooh, there's another. Yeah, let's get some of the darker violet here in this one fold in the cloak over here. Don't want to have that red in this. I'm just going to bring this all over here. It's this fold right in there. And then this one too, kind of in the deepest portions of it. Trying to get a little bit darker. Let's see here. No, that's not going to work. No, that one won't work either. Let me try the darkest violet right under here. And a touch over there, and now right in that one area there. This, I think I'm also just going to make that darker and start trying to get reflected light there. There's a little separation right there. Also, touch more dark right there on that. So now we're starting to get a little more separation there. This, darken that down. Blending brush. I think this will work. So it's not necessarily even blending the colors together. Sometimes it's just taking, essentially gets rid of the excess kind of brushstroke texture. And that alone can make it seem like everything has been blended together. More of this darker violet here. So let's see, it spreads out into this fold now. That same blending brush. And we're not doing this. We're doing this. It's basically a straight up and down, tap, tap, tap. We're not, we're just tapping away it. We're not doing that, because all it's going to do is smear it. You're not actually going to have that where it kind of, again, takes away that excess texture, which usually reveals a brush stroke. Now, this along here, I'm going to... Now let me get some of the green and the violet together, which is going to make gray, and that's what we need right over here. We kind of went from a dark color right to a light color, no real transition in there. Trying to get a little bit of that same violet maybe even over here, because color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? And we're just using our liner brushes right here. These are the 18-0 liner brush. We've used the Filberts too. These are just synthetic. These are generally in that $5 to $5.30 range. It's been years since I last used a sable brush. These have plenty of, what's nice is they really keep their shape. Since they're a liner brush, you can actually have a lot of paint in the brush, which also does save wear and tear on the brush too. These spotter brushes like this one with the short bristles, well, those are going to get wiped out real quick. Got some of our darker violet in there. As we go more towards our dark here, blending brush again, so that because we got a little hard edge that's kind of forming here. Yeah, a little tap, tap, tap takes that away, merges the lighter color with that new dark. Perhaps, okay, I'm going to try and get some of that darker violet right over in here. And I'm thinking the same thing on this side. Yep, something like that. Back in here, same thing. A little bit of that darker violet back there. That's the dioxazine violet. Pretty much just been the ice blue and the dioxazine violet. That would be too much dark right there. Move that up a little more, and then back to the blending brush here. Like so, here we are. That blue might Trying to make that a little bit more blue. We were using the Enchanter blue. That's right. But I do think now that it is 4:15 in the morning here. We've also been doing this just about 5 hours. I think we are going to go check on our prints, which at least one of, well, no, I think two of the three should be done already. Which means we're going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. We want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, even after a very sleepless weekend here so far. Now keep in mind that on our Monday stream we return to Armada Mondays, and we're going to be painting at least 2 or 3 of our 1/1800 scale ships here. So yes, more 1/1800 scale ships, more goodness there. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And again, well, we also have our Elrond that we were working on too. So we're going to get this raid countdown underway here. Let's do that. So thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate all the support. It really means a ton. And of course, again, we'll see you on we'll see you on Monday. Thanks, Recoil. Hopefully, you've been having fun playing. Thanks, Arid. Have yourself a good weekend there. All right, let's get this going. So see you later, Recoil. Sorry about that.